Chapter 211. Using every means possible. Baiyu, you're being far too naive, aren't you? The envoy, seeing Baiyu begin to repair the seal between the immortal realm and the demon realm, grinned. He transformed into a silver streak of light and charged towards Baiyu at an incredible speed. Baiyu ignored the charging envoy. Instead, the nameless, boundless sword transformed on its own into a streak of sword light and shot toward the envoy. Baiyu, relying on external objects won't allow you to defeat me. The envoy's eyes gleamed with increasingly intense mockery as he saw the nameless, boundless sword flying towards him. He didn't dodge, nor did he evade, letting the sword pierce his chest. Did it hit? The immortals in the immortal realm, who had been struggling to hold on, cried out in unison as they saw the envoy impaled by Baiyu's nameless, boundless sword. Their faces lit up with joy. The immortals, of course, recognized the sword that had pierced the envoy. It was the immortal realm's most powerful divine sword. Even a celestial immortal, if they merely brushed against the nameless, boundless sword's baleful aura, would have their souls scattered to the winds. Now, the envoy had been directly impaled by it. He was certainly doomed. However, the immortal smiles froze on their faces before they had a chance to truly celebrate. Hee, Baiyu, did you really think that would kill me? The envoy let out a sinister chuckle, lifting his gaze to Baiyu, who was still repairing the seal between the immortal and demon realms. His entire face was contorted in a grotesque grin. Baiyu, however, completely ignored the envoy. He used his great divine power to fully repair the seal, temporarily separating the immortal realm and the demon realm. The battle between the gods in the immortal realm continued, but the envoy could no longer absorb the immortal realm's power. However, the envoy's attention was no longer on the seal between the immortal and demon realms. He tightly gripped the blade of the nameless, boundless sword with both hands, smiling at Baiyu. Baiyu, the power of the immortal realm. I can absorb it anytime I want. But you won't always have such a great opportunity to use your nameless, boundless sword. As the envoy spoke, his hands glowed with an unnatural light. All the divine power contained within the nameless, boundless sword was plundered by the envoy at that instant. Crack. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the nameless, boundless sword. Haha, Baiyu, your most powerful divine weapon is the nameless, boundless sword. Today, I will drain it dry and turn it into scrap metal. The envoy laughed maniacally, frantically absorbing the power of the nameless, boundless sword. The cracks on its surface multiplied. Strangely, however, after Baiyu had completed the repairs to the seal between the immortal realm and the demon realm, he made no move. He simply stood in the air, calmly watching the envoy plunder the power of the nameless, boundless sword, as if it were not his own. The envoy didn't pay attention to this. He assumed that Baiyu had been terrified into despair by his abilities and no longer held back in the slightest, completely draining the power from within the nameless, boundless sword. Crack. The nameless, boundless sword shattered completely, scattering to the four corners of the world. Lord Bai, Yilian, who had just sent the young master flying on the ground, saw the nameless, boundless sword shatter and was filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that the immortal realm's most powerful divine sword had been destroyed like that. Yilian, are you daring to be distracted while you're fighting me? The young master's mocking voice rang in Yilian's ears, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! The young master landed a vicious punch on Yilian's abdomen, sending her flying like a cannonball, crashing into the demonic tower. The towering demonic tower began to collapse. Luo Ho, who was already heavily injured, fell straight into the rubble at the top of the demonic tower. Haha, Yilian, it's all over for you. The young master laughed loudly and transformed into a dark streak, charging straight into the demonic tower. The envoy looked at the collapsing demonic tower in the distance. The wound in his chest, where the nameless, boundless sword had pierced him, was gradually healing. He licked his lips and smiled at Baiyu. Baiyu, it seems the battle is over. It appears that the immortal realm's esteemed first war god isn't all that impressive. You're just living on a reputation. Baiyu looked at the confident envoy and said calmly, yes, the battle is over. Seems like you know your place. The envoy chuckled lightly. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I'll let you die with a little less pain. How about it? Hearing the envoy's words, Baiyu shook his head and continued, What I meant is, I've won. You've won. The envoy was stunned, thinking he had misheard. He had absorbed all the power of the demon realm, as well as the power of the heavenly Tao and some of the immortal realm. In addition, he had just absorbed the endless divine power contained within the nameless, boundless sword. His power had now reached an entirely new level. He was confident that he could crush even the three realms with a single stomp. Yet, at the pinnacle of his power, Baiyu was calmly saying that he had won. The envoy felt like he was listening to the funniest joke in the world. Haha, Baiyu, are you not right in the head from the shock? How could this situation possibly mean you've, The envoy's expression suddenly froze mid-sentence, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What's happening? Where is my power? The envoy began to tremble all over. He looked at his hands in horror and bewilderment. All of the power he had just absorbed, even the power that he possessed himself, was dissipating at an unbelievable speed. Baiyu. The envoy suddenly glared at Baiyu. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. Baiyu looked at the envoy with a hint of pity in his eyes. Indeed, your power is troublesome. If you were to devour everything, I would be unable to stop you. But didn't your master tell you not to eat just anything? What do you mean? The envoy asked, his voice trembling. Baiyu smiled. My nameless, boundless sword does contain boundless divine power. But perhaps you overlooked that the nameless, boundless sword is the vessel that holds my baleful aura. When I was still a heavenly demon, the nameless, boundless sword always held all my baleful aura, the sins of my killings, my wrongdoings, my resentments. All of it was stored in the nameless, boundless sword. Hearing Baiyu's words, the envoy's pupils shrank violently, and he exclaimed, You deliberately let me absorb the nameless, boundless sword? That's right, Baiyu admitted directly. When you devoured the nameless, boundless sword, you devoured all of my baleful aura and karma. That negative energy accumulated over endless ages is something even I wouldn't dare casually touch. And now you've absorbed it, which means my baleful aura and karma should now be borne by you. As Baiyu spoke, the shattered pieces of the nameless, boundless sword reformed in his hands. However, this time, there was no baleful aura swirling around its surface. The envoy's pupils constricted as he saw this. He cried out in terror, No, it shouldn't be like this. I haven't used my full power yet. I don't want to die. Baiyu, you despicable being. I won't let you get away with this. Baiyu calmly looked at the hysterical envoy and softly said, In a life-or-death battle, all means are justified. Where is the despicableness? I had considered you a true enemy. It was simply your arrogance that led you to your meaningless demise. As his voice fell, Baiyu appeared instantly before the envoy. He grabbed the envoy's neck with one hand and said calmly, The three realms are not a place you can lay your hands on. And no. Baiyu, wait. The envoy's painful screams echoed throughout the demon realm. Chapter 212. The Overseer Descends. Baiyu watched the struggling envoy, his gaze remaining calm. His deep, starry eyes gave no clue as to what he was thinking. Soon, the loudly arrived envoy was disintegrated by Baiyu. The vast demon realm could no longer sense the envoy's presence. Is it over? From the rubble of the demonic tower, a battered Yilian dragged the corpse of the young master and crawled out. She looked at Baiyu, standing alone in the high sky, and couldn't help but feel endless shock. She was still in a daze. After all, the envoy was the one who had seriously injured the demon lord, Luo Ho, and now, he was easily killed by Baiyu? As she celebrated her escape from the clutches of death, Yilian was secretly filled with concern. After all, Baiyu and the demon realm weren't allies. If Baiyu's power far exceeded that of Luo Ho, then the fate of the demon realm would be in Baiyu's hands. This, Yilian couldn't accept. However, Baiyu, who had just eliminated the envoy, felt no ease at all. Instead, He grew increasingly uneasy. Heavenly Tao, have you sensed anything? Bai raised his head and softly asked the Heavenly Tao. His sixth sense told him that the envoy was just a pawn. The danger outside of the chaos would likely descend soon. Rumble. Just after Bai had asked the Heavenly Tao his question, an extremely powerful aura descended upon the demon realm. The space in the entire demon realm couldn't withstand the pressure and began to collapse. This powerful aura. Bai's expression changed drastically as he sensed the powerful aura. Could it be that the real one is about to descend? Crack. The space in the demon realm continued to collapse. Large spatial storms swept in, devouring everything in the demon realm. Countless demons were ripped to shreds by the spatial storms, and scarlet blood dyed the demon realm red. Lord Bai, help me. At this moment, Mouse 2, who was trapped in an iron cage that had surfaced on the ground of the demon realm, clutched the iron bars and cried out for help. Behind him, the space had completely shattered, and the surging spatial storm was about to suck him in. This demon realm is probably about to collapse. Bai glanced over the collapsing demon realm. He realized that there was no point in protecting the demon realm. With a casual wave of his hand, he pulled Mouse 2, who was desperately clinging to the iron cage, into his hand. Thank you, Lord Bai. You really saved my old life. Mouse 2 didn't feel any shame as Bai grabbed him by the neck. He quickly thanked Bai. It's all that stupid woman, Yilian's, fault, listening to other people's slander, thinking that I was colluding with outsiders. If it wasn't for my third brother being awesome and finding the heart of the world tree, I wouldn't be able to see you today, Lord Bai. I was the one who obtained the heart of the world tree. Bai said calmly. This? Mouse 2 paused. Then he quickly reacted and said to Bai with a smile, Yes. That third brother doesn't have the capability to find the heart of the world tree. I knew right away it was you helping us, Lord Bai. I already owe you 2 lives, Lord Bai. From now on, if there's anything you want, just tell me. As long as it exists within the 3 realms, I can find it for you. Now is not the time to be flattering. Bai created a spatial rift to the human realm for Mouse 2 and quickly said, After you go to the human realm, find Mouse 3 as fast as you can and tell my wife, Lu 1, to take everyone to Valley Mountain for refuge as fast as possible. There's my barrier there. I estimate that Valley Mountain will soon be the safest place in the 3 realms. Rest assured, Lord Bai. I guarantee that all of your friends will reach Valley Mountain safely. Hearing Bai's instructions, Mouse 2 instantly turned serious. He replied solemnly, and then concealed his presence, diving into the spatial rift and returning to the human realm. Boom! The moment Mouse 2 left, the entire demon realm experienced another violent explosion. The demon realm, which had been barely considered an intact space, was shattered completely at that moment. The continent was crushed by spatial storms. The vast demon realm, now only the land surrounding the demonic tower, was barely intact. The once fierce and terrifying demons were now trembling under the power of this world-ending calamity. Bai stood alone in the high sky, staring directly at the shattered sky of the demon realm. At that spot, the space had cracked open, revealing a large hole. The aura of chaos emanated from it. The collapse of the demon realm had weakened the influence of the Heavenly Tao here to its limit. The Heavenly Tao was no longer able to prevent the chaos from encroaching on the demon realm. It was estimated that in the near future, the demon realm would be completely devoured by the chaos, becoming a relic within it. This power. Bai's gaze gradually became solemn as he felt the powerful aura from the chaos. The envoy that he had just killed was nothing compared to the aura emanating from the chaos. To think, in such a remote universe, there would actually be someone capable of killing the vanguard I sent. This is worth rating as an anomaly level of threat. A somber voice emerged from the chaos. Then, a large number of silver puppets appeared in the shattered sky. The aura of each one was no weaker than that of the envoy that Bai had killed earlier. As the silver puppets appeared, a pair of gigantic eyes opened in the high sky. The power contained within was something that Bai had never seen before. The Overseer. Bai stared at the eyes, larger than the sun and moon, murmuring to himself. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had never felt such intense pressure as he did at this moment. Oh, you actually know me. It seems like you have a close relationship with the creator of this universe. The overseer looked at Bai Yu with a smile. His gaze was full of amusement, as if he didn't consider Bai Yu to be a threat at all. The creator of this universe is probably referring to Pangu. Bai Yu's gaze grew even more solemn. So he used to fight against such a terrible enemy? The moment the overseer appeared, Bai Yu realized that even if he went all out and burned his life force, he would probably be no match for the overseer. The overseer was in existence on an entirely different dimension from them. Yi Lian, in the ruins of the demonic tower, felt endless despair as she looked at the giant eyes in the shattered void. A true god has descended. It's all over. Before encountering the overseer, Yi Lian had always believed that Luo Ho was the strongest being in the world, that there was no one in the three realms who could oppose Luo Ho. Even the powerful Bai Yu, in her eyes, was not as strong as Luo Ho. But now, the overseer's appearance made Yi Lian feel her own insignificance. It also made her feel for the first time that Luo Ho wasn't the strongest. Yi Lian. At that moment, Luo Ho's voice echoed from beneath the ruins, causing Yi Lian to tremble. Demon Lord? Yi Lian came back to her senses. She quickly removed the boulders on the ruins and dug out the heavily injured Luo Ho. This is really terrifying. Luo Ho sighed as he looked at the giant eyes in the high sky. He then instructed Yi Lian, enough with the chit-chat. My external avatar is completely destroyed. My main body can't pass through it. You'll act as my medium and allow my main body to descend. Hearing Luo Ho's words, Yi Lian was shocked. Your main body is going to descend? Yes. Luo Ho nodded weakly. He looked at Bai Yu's back in the sky and murmured, if I don't help, he's doomed. Chapter 213. Transforming into a Heavenly Demon. The overseer studied Bai Yu, who stood alone in the air, and said, You're not bad. I appreciate you. If you're willing, I'm willing to have you under my command, to work for me. Bai Yu glanced at the silver puppets in the air, then smiled at the overseer. If I submit to you, will I become like those puppets? No. The overseer replied, They are merely tools I created to make managing this universe more convenient. You are different. You have talent. If you submit to me, as long as you do well, I can recommend you to those above. Once you pass the organization selection, you can become an overseer like me. Recommend me to those above? Hearing the overseer's words, Bai Yu's pupil shrank suddenly. He wasn't interested in the olive branch that the overseer had extended, nor did he want to become an overseer of any kind. However, the information contained in what the overseer had just said was just too immense. There were actually people above the overseer? Bai Yu felt a deep sense of powerlessness at this thought. Did they really have any chance of winning this war? That's right. You have the talent to become one of us. The overseer said to Bai Yu calmly. You should know in your heart that you are no match for me as you are now. Instead of throwing your life away here, you might as well submit to me and embrace a much wider world. This small place does a disservice to you. Bai Yu took a deep breath, calming the shock he felt. Then, he asked the overseer, If I submit to you, what will happen to the three realms? Are you talking about this world? The overseer's tone was calm. Your world is too low-level and corrupt. It is unable to nurture powerful beings. I plan to erase your entire world and recreate a perfect world. If you are willing, I can make you the ruler of the new world, to manage it for me. In other words, you are still going to destroy the three realms? Bai Yu's eyes narrowed. Just a small speck of dust, destroying it is destroying it. What is there to miss? The overseer said without an ounce of emotion, not caring at all about the three realms. A small speck of dust, yet it is my home. Bai Yu murmured, then his gaze gradually became firm. His hair turned white, his eyes turned red. A pair of horns grew on his forehead, fangs emerged from the corners of his mouth, and his entire body was covered in black bone armor. Demonic energy began to swirl around him. Bai Yu knew that he was now fighting with his back against the wall and could no longer hold anything back. He had to give up his future, give up his human body, and reclaim the body of a heavenly demon in order to gain even more power. Only in this way would he have a slim chance of victory. Baiyu gradually displayed his heavenly demon form, and his deep, calm eyes were gradually filled with violence. "I'm sorry." Baiyu looked up at the overseer. "Even if it means death, I will not allow you to defile this world." "You foolish fellow!" The overseer looked at Baiyu as he was now. His voice was indifferent, and his gaze remained unchanged. "You have no chance of winning at all." As the overseer's voice fell, the silver puppets in the high sky all revealed their weapons and attacked Baiyu. "Come on, then." The heavenly demon Baiyu saw the silver puppets attacking and roared. Demonic energy surged from his body. Baiyu's sharp claws seized the first silver puppet that attacked. He opened his maw and bit off the puppet's neck, frantically absorbing the power within. Scarlet blood rained from the sky. The battle had just begun, and Baiyu was already covered in blood. However, the silver puppets were not intimidated by Baiyu's heavenly demon form. They still attacked Baiyu, their weapons piercing his body without mercy. Lord Bai, Yilian, who was constantly receiving power from Luo Ho below, stared blankly at Baiyu in his heavenly demon form in the air, her eyes brimming with tears. She never imagined that the once ethereal, extraordinary, and noble immortal supreme being would be willing to transform into a demon in order to fight the overseer. Luo Ho, looking at Baiyu's form, sighed. Baiyu has completely given up his human body. Even if he survives this battle, I'm afraid that in the future, he will only be a heavenly demon forever, and his strength will never improve. Lord Bai is actually willing to go to such lengths for the three realms? Yilian said in disbelief. The overseer clearly offered him an olive branch. He didn't have to do this, right? Luo Ho laughed. That fool is probably doing this for his wife and daughter, right? But Baiyu's choice has also given us a chance. I can't just stand by and watch. Yilian, get ready. I'm going to descend. Hearing Luo Ho's words, Yilian's heart tightened. She quickly said, I am willing to offer my life for the demon lord. It's not that serious. I will protect your demonic core and resurrect you in the future, if there is a future. Luo Ho smiled. Then, his external avatar completely shattered. Boom! In the chaos, a vast amount of demonic energy broke through the barriers of the three realms and flooded into Yilian's body. Ah! Yilian screamed. She was completely consumed by the violent demonic energy. The overseer in the air, sensing another aura appear that was no weaker than Baiyu's, shifted his gaze from Baiyu to the ruins of the demonic tower. He murmured, I didn't expect that, in this remote universe, there would actually be a second talented anomaly. Did I misjudge this world? As the overseer muttered, Luo Ho descended into the collapsing demon realm in his heavenly demon form. The entire three realms sensed Luo Ho's demonic might and began to tremble. All the beings in the three realms were plunged into fear. However, this time, the heavenly Tao did not reject Luo Ho. On the contrary, it gathered all its power, letting Luo Ho maintain his peak state. Clearly, in the face of the world-ending crisis brought by the overseer, the heavenly Tao no longer considered Luo Ho a threat. I actually have a day where I am not rejected by the heavenly Tao. It really is worthy of commemoration. Luo Ho descended with overwhelming demonic energy. He looked at Baiyu, who had become covered in wounds from the encirclement by the silver puppets, and his lips curled into a slight smile. Bang! The next moment, Luo Ho shattered the earth, took to the sky, and flew past Baiyu from behind, seizing a silver puppet that was about to ambush him. He laughed loudly at Baiyu. Baiyu, it's been a while since we had a competition. Let's have one today, and see who can kill more. Baiyu looked at Luo Ho, who was holding the silver puppet, and also grinned. He said, You better not die. Don't worry, I'll definitely die after you. Luo Ho laughed and tore the silver puppet in his hands to pieces. His heavenly demon wings unfurled on his back, and his powerful demonic might blasted the surrounding silver puppets away. With Luo Ho's addition, the pressure on Baiyu was greatly reduced. He finally had a chance to repair his injuries. At the same time, he absorbed the power of the silver puppets, temporarily converting them into his own. For a time, Bai Yu and Luo Ho had the upper hand in the battle against the silver puppets. However, the huge eyes of the overseer in the high sky simply watched the Bai Yu and Luo Ho below, his expression calm, as if he didn't care about the deaths of his subordinates. Under those huge eyes, the heavenly demon forms of Bai Yu and Luo Ho appeared incredibly small. Chapter 214. Arrogance. In the shattered demon realm, Bai Yu and Luo Ho had begun their rampage. Large numbers of silver puppets fell from the sky. The two were going all out, each having killed hundreds of silver puppets. But no matter how many Bai Yu and Luo Ho killed, more silver puppets kept flying out of the chaos, as if they could never be killed. If Bai Yu and Luo Ho didn't have the ability to plunder others' power to sustain their battles, they would probably have been worn down and killed by the silver puppets long ago. However, even though Bai Yu and Luo Ho were slaughtering silver puppets, the overseer in the high sky was still just watching everything calmly, his gaze unwavering. Bai Yu? These tools seem endless. If this continues, we'll get exhausted. Luo Ho tried his best to tear apart a silver puppet and quickly said to Bai Yu, this is a problem. Bai Yu, who had transformed into a heavenly demon, also nodded slightly. He knew that continuing like this would not work. Bai Yu, I have an idea, Luo Ho said to Bai Yu again. Tell me. Bai Yu killed a silver puppet and said quickly. Luo Ho glanced at the overseer in the high sky, then transmitted his voice to Bai Yu. The silver puppets we are killing are all just the overseer's underlings. Killing more of them is meaningless. What we should be dealing with now is the overseer. I know that, Bai Yu transmitted in response. That's why I'm thinking of a way. Luo Ho continued to transmit his voice. Listen to my idea first. I plan to pour all my power into you. Then, you will plunder the power of the heavenly Tao, sacrifice all the living beings in the three realms, and fight a final battle to the death against the overseer. How does that sound? If you can win, at least you and I can survive. Not a good idea. Bai Yu did not agree with Luo Ho's suggestion. With the overseer's power, even if I gather the strength of the entire three realms, plus your power, facing him head-on, the outcome is still uncertain. Luo Ho said, but this way we have a chance of winning. Back then, Pangu created the three realms to resist the invasion of the overseer. Now that the overseer has descended, if we don't stake everything, we're afraid we'll only have death to look forward to. Anyway, if we don't fight, all living beings in the three realms will certainly die. By sacrificing them, you can at least protect a small number of people. Bai Yu. Hearing Luo Ho's words, Bai Yu fell silent. He actually knew that if he absorbed the power of the heavenly Tao in Luo Ho, he might have a chance of fighting the overseer. But if he did that, he was afraid that the three realms would turn into ashes, returning to chaos. Even Lu Wan and Bai Xiaoya, he might not be able to protect. He had originally chosen to fight the overseer to protect the three realms, but now, he needed to rely on sacrificing the three realms in order to defeat the overseer. If the three realms were sacrificed, what was the point of his battle? From the start, he had never considered this plan. Luo Ho could see what Bai Yu was hesitating about, and he grew angry. He continued to urge, Bai Yu, this may be our only way. If you still have such soft-heartedness, then I can only forcefully plunder the power of you and the heavenly Tao, and I'll be the one to defeat the overseer. Instead of everyone dying together, it's better to let me have a go. Let me leave a spark of hope. I don't want to die here. Luo Ho, Bai Yu looked into Luo Ho's eyes, and his gaze also turned serious. I will not allow you to do that. Whether they focused all their power on Bai Yu or on Luo Ho, the three realms would definitely not survive. Even if they defeated the overseer, in the end, only Bai Yu or Luo Ho would be left alone in the chaos, and they would have to create a new world. And it was clear there was something even more terrifying behind the overseer. Even if they sacrificed everything, in the end it would only be a void. If it had been the Bai Yu of the past, before he had Lu Wan and Bai Xiaoya, he might have chosen to sacrifice the three realms to fight with his back against the wall. If he died, then he died. He had nothing to lose anyway. But now, he couldn't give up on Lu Wan and Bai Xiaoya and survive alone. You believe me, I have other plans, Yu replied in a deep voice, giving Luo Ho a solemn reply. Although he didn't want to admit it, the current reality was like this. The Overseer's power far exceeded theirs. Even if they burned their life force, they would probably only be moths flying into a flame, with no meaning at all. You bastard! How did you become so troublesome after experiencing love? Luo Ho heard Bai Yu's answer and knew he could no longer threaten Bai Yu. He sighed heavily. He was just making threats earlier. With such a powerful enemy before them, it was impossible for him to ignore the Overseer and fight with Bai Yu first. With no other choice, Luo Ho could only shrug his shoulders and say, "Fine, I don't care how things turn out. You'll have to be responsible for the final outcome." After speaking, Luo Ho also stopped fighting and no longer attacked the silver puppets. These puppets were clearly consumables of the Overseer. Killing more of them was meaningless. Bai Yu also used his aura to push back the surrounding silver puppets. He looked up at the Overseer in the high sky and said, "Overseer, let's talk one last time." The Overseer scanned Bai Yu and Luo Ho, remained silent for a moment, then agreed, "All right." As the Overseer's voice fell, all the silver puppets stopped in an instant and surrounded Bai Yu and Luo Ho. Bai Yu looked directly into the Overseer's eyes and said, "I can pledge allegiance to you." Hearing Bai Yu's words, a hint of surprise flashed in the Overseer's eyes. His huge eyes scanned Bai Yu and Luo Ho below. He said calmly, "Have you changed your mind?" Bai Yu continued, "But I have one condition. You can create a new world, but you need to leave behind a group of beings from the old world." The Overseer said flatly, "I have already said that the three realms have no reason to exist. I must destroy it in order to create a more perfect world. And the beings in the three realms are also defective products and cannot be left behind. Of course, you two are exceptions in this world. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can make you two kings of the new world." Bai Yu continued, "For you, leaving behind a group of people from the old world would have no impact, right? I think you were able to eavesdrop on the transmission between me and Luo Ho earlier. If you insist on destroying the three realms and we rebel, it would be troublesome for you, right? With just you?" The Overseer scoffed, "I admit that you and your companion's talents are amazing. Your appearance is an accident, but that's all. The world outside the chaos is far bigger than you can imagine. There are many people more talented than you. Don't think that because I'm interested in you, you can negotiate with me. Either you submit to me, and I will make you the kings of the new world, or you will be buried together with this old world. Is that so?" Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Your actions and gaze don't seem to be telling me that. Your silence just now was to show that you didn't want to fight with us, right?" Chapter 215, A Delaying Tactic. "I don't want to fight you?" The Overseer's tone was laced with mockery. "That's simply absurd. You two can threaten me?" As he spoke, red light flared in the Overseer's huge eyes. Then, two crimson rays shot out, piercing through space to strike Bai Yu and Luo Ho at an incredible speed. In an instant, large holes were blasted through Bai Yu's and Luo Ho's chests. The shattered demon realm was utterly obliterated by the power of those crimson rays. The demon realm completely returned to chaos. The boundless chaos swirled around, and its terrifying power even impacted the three realms. The Overseer calmly looked at Bai Yu and Luo Ho, who had gaping holes in their chests, and asked indifferently, "How is that? Not so pleasant to have your chest pierced, is it?" "It was certainly stimulating." Bai Yu grit his teeth, enduring the intense pain. He repaired the hole in his chest and lifted his gaze to smile at the Overseer. "But with just this much attack, you won't be able to kill us. I was just giving you a small lesson, but this does not mean I can't kill you." The Overseer's expression remained calm, his voice indifferent. "Indeed, if you two combine your powers and sacrifice all living beings in the three realms to generate the power of blood and chi, it might truly pose a threat to me, but it will still be just a threat." Hearing these words from the Overseer, the corners of Bai Yu's mouth rose again. He spoke to the Overseer once more, "But it is a real threat to you, isn't it?" The Overseer's eyes narrowed slightly. He said in a low voice, "What exactly are you trying to say with all this?" "I'm just saying that if you insist on erasing the three realms, You will face desperate resistance from me and Luo Ho. Even if you can overcome us, it will cost you a significant amount of energy, which is completely unnecessary for you. But if you leave the three realms, Luo Ho and I will work for you and do our best to create the perfect world you desire. This will also align with your interests. Well, aren't you the silver-tongued one? The overseer chuckled. You have indeed persuaded me. I'm just a hired worker, after all, and it really isn't necessary for me to waste my energy on you. But why should I believe that you can create the perfect world I desire? Baiyu said, that depends on your definition of the perfect world. The overseer said, I need a world where all living beings are perfect in every aspect, with exceptional talents, and who will not make any mistakes, and where no heretics will arise. Can you create a world like that? Of course I can. Baiyu replied without hesitation. As long as you give me time, I can create it. Luo Ho, on the side, looked at Baiyu in shock, his face filled with disbelief. How could the perfect world that the overseer described possibly be created? Interesting. Such a determined tone. The overseer gave Baiyu a meaningful look, then said, All right, I'll give you 100 years. I'll come back in 100 years to check. If you fail to accomplish this, I will let you know the price of deceiving me. With that, the overseer closed his eyes and disappeared. The silver puppets around him also vanished. As soon as the overseer and the silver puppets had left, Luo Ho looked at Baiyu in disbelief and asked in shock, Baiyu, are you crazy? Can you really transform the three realms? Of course I can't, Baiyu replied, but haven't we gained 100 years? What's the use of 100 years? Luo Ho frowned. I could take a nap in the chaos and 1,000 years would have passed. Do you know what will become of you when the overseer returns in 100 years? We might just close our eyes and be done with it, but you will probably be tortured for eternity. At that time, you might not even be able to die. I know, Baiyu said in a low voice, but I already have a plan. What plan? Luo Ho asked. You've already become a heavenly demon, and your power has reached its limit. Is it possible that you can make a big breakthrough in these 100 years? I know my limitations. 100 years is not enough for us to become strong enough to defeat the overseer, but it is enough for us to escape with the three realms. Escape with the three realms? Luo Ho was stunned. Baiyu looked at Luo Ho and said, Back then, Pangu split open the chaos with his own power and created the three realms. Now, with the combined power of both of us, we can also lift the three realms out of the chaos. Lift the three realms out of the chaos. Luo Ho muttered, and a sudden realization dawned on him. Could it be that you're thinking of Baiyu? That's right. Since there are even broader worlds outside the chaos, then we can completely take the three realms to the outside of chaos and wander around in that vast world. Wander outside the chaos. Luo Ho stared blankly at Baiyu. He had never thought of such a thing. Before the overseer came, all he thought about was how to resist him. He had even planned to sacrifice the three realms to save himself. But now, Baiyu's words suddenly made everything clear. Rather than wandering with the burden of the three realms, why shouldn't he just go out and explore on his own? He was, after all, a chaos heavenly demon. Whether the three realms were destroyed or not, it had nothing to do with him. However, just as Luo Ho's thoughts were running wild, Baiyu suddenly attacked him. Baiyu, what are you doing? Luo Ho sensed Baiyu's killing intent. He immediately came back to his senses and hastily dodged Baiyu's ambush, asking Baiyu in a questioning tone. Baiyu looked at Luo Ho, who had avoided his attack, and said, Luo Ho, haven't you always wanted to compete with me? Today, let's settle the score here. At this time, Luo Ho was stunned. Haven't you always been unwilling to fight me seriously? Baiyu said, I know that you definitely won't take the three realms with you, so let's bet it all right here. If I win, then you will fulfill my request. You and the heavenly Tao will cooperate to bring the three realms to wander, and even if you die, you can't abandon the three realms. What if I win? Luo Ho asked. Baiyu said, if you win, I will let you leave, and can even help you break through to the outside of chaos. Without my help, you will likely have some difficulty escaping within 100 years, right? Hearing Baiyu's words, Luo Ho pondered for a moment, and then laughed. He smiled at Bai Yu and said, Bai Yu, you really are crazy. You're actually willing to do this much for the living beings of the three realms? You've done so much for them, but do they acknowledge you? Even now, you're still the target of the three-realm scorn, right? Hearing Luo Ho's words, Bai Yu's expression didn't change. He asked Luo Ho indifferently, are you going to fight or not? Luo Ho gave Bai Yu a long, hard look, and then said, of course I'm fighting. Chapter 216. Victory. As soon as Luo Ho agreed to fight, the atmosphere between the two completely changed. The demon realm had been completely destroyed. Bai Yu and Luo Ho stood in the chaos, their invisible auras clashing. Luo Ho twisted his neck and smiled at Bai Yu. Bai Yu, even though the current situation is dire, and we should end the battle as soon as possible, under this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I will not hold back. Rest assured, to end this battle quickly, I will go all out. Bai Yu looked directly at Luo Ho, his entire aura condensed to the extreme. Sensing Bai Yu's oppressive aura, Luo Ho's expression changed slightly. He also became serious and smiled. Good fellow. You held back your power when you were fighting the Overseer and were planning this all along? Bai Yu said, there was no need to go all out when fighting the Overseer, but fighting you is different. I don't know if you're thinking too highly of me or if you're underestimating me. Luo Ho chuckled, and black demonic energy swirled around him. Then, let's begin the battle. As soon as Luo Ho's voice fell, he and Bai Yu disappeared into the chaos. The next moment, an unprecedented energy collision erupted in the chaos. Many of the newly formed races hidden in the chaos were reduced to dust under the terrifying auras of the two heavenly demons. Even the three realms, protected by the heavenly Tao, sensed the supreme collision from the chaos. One was the three realms' number one immortal. The other was the chaos's most powerful demon god. At this moment, they released themselves without holding back and began a battle that had never been seen before. Dense sounds of collisions echoed in the chaos. After an unknown amount of time, at the center of the battle vortex, Bai Yu stood in the chaos. The divine artifacts he possessed swirled around him, and finally, they all transformed into pure spiritual power, flooding into his body. On the other side, Luo Ho also completely unleashed his heavenly demon form, frantically absorbing the power of chaos, making his strength surge. Haha, Bai Yu, this fight is really satisfying, but the result will definitely be me winning. Even if you return to being a heavenly demon, after Pangu's fall, I am the only king of the chaos. In this chaos, you are no match for me. Luo Ho laughed loudly, holding the god-slaying spear and attacking Bai Yu with boundless power of chaos. Bai Yu watched Luo Ho approach with such terrifying power. Instead of dodging or evading, he closed his eyes. At this moment, Bai Yu seemed out of place in the chaos. Luo Ho, seeing Bai Yu's actions at this moment, felt a hint of doubt, but he did not intend to hold back. He thrust out the god-slaying spear directly. However, just as the god-slaying spear was about to pierce Bai Yu's chest, Bai Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The nameless, boundless sword, which had been transformed into spiritual power, instantly materialized and flew toward Luo Ho's vital head at an incredible speed. Although Bai Yu and Luo Ho were both the most powerful demon gods, with strong physical bodies, their attacks were also filled with destructive power. If Luo Ho ignored Bai Yu's nameless boundless sword and insisted on piercing Bai Yu's chest with the god-slaying spear, the result would be mutual destruction. Bai Yu. Luo Ho's pupils contracted violently. He had never imagined that Bai Yu would go all in right from the start. He had hesitated at that moment and immediately released the god-slaying spear, dodging the attack of the nameless, boundless sword. However, Luo Ho's retreat allowed Bai Yu to find an opening. Bai Yu grabbed the god-slaying spear with his backhand and pressed the spearhead against Luo Ho's throat. Violent power of chaos poured out from the god-slaying spear, causing Luo Ho's hair to dance wildly. You lost. Bai Yu smiled lightly, pressing the spear against Luo Ho's throat. What kind of competition is this? Luo Ho looked at Bai Yu holding the spear, not convinced at all. You came at me ready to trade a life for a life. Is this a sparring match? Bai Yu said, This duel is related to the safety of the three realms, and we are also in a rush. We have to fight a quick battle. I thought you had already mentally prepared yourself. Sigh. Forget it. I was outsmarted by you this time. I admit defeat. Luo Ho sighed and admitted defeat to Bai Yu. Although Bai Yu's battle this time was somewhat opportunistic, Luo Ho still felt a deadly killing intent from the aura that Bai Yu had unleashed. Unknowingly, Bai Yu, who had cultivated in the three realms, had already surpassed him in strength. Even if they had a head-on battle, Luo Ho was prepared to fight with his life on the line. But the final winner would probably still be Bai Yu. It was just that the duration of the battle would be much longer. Now, the Overseer was watching them in the chaos, and what they needed most was time. Prolonging the battle would be meaningless. Luo Ho retrieved the god-slaying spear and said to Bai Yu, I agree to your request, but the Overseer is not a fool. He will certainly continue to monitor the three realms. How do we hide from the Overseer's eyes and escape with the three realms? It's you who will escape with the three realms, not me, Bai Yu replied. What do you mean? Luo Ho was stunned. Bai Yu said, we cannot take the three realms away under the Overseer's watch. Therefore, between the two of us, one of us needs to hold back the Overseer while the other one takes the three realms and runs. Luo Ho exclaimed, So, you're prepared to go and die? Bai Yu asked, would you go and die? Of course I wouldn't. Luo Ho said without hesitation, I don't have any attachment to the three realms. Whether the three realms are destroyed or not has nothing to do with me. Bai Yu said, So, the person who faces the Overseer must be me. Luo Ho looked at Bai Yu with a long, hard look and said, Are you really willing to go this far for the sake of the three realms? With our combined power, breaking out of chaos is not a problem. You don't need to throw your life away for the living beings of the three realms. You wouldn't understand, Bai Yu said. Most cultivators believe that you have to sever emotions to step into the supreme realm. In reality, it is humanity's emotions that have made me stronger until now. I don't understand, Luo Ho shook his head. What are emotions? Anyway, you'll be wandering with the three realms in the future. You can experience it yourself, Bai Yu smiled at Luo Ho. There are still 100 years left until the Overseer's deadline. During this time, you should prepare for taking the three realms away. Contact the Heavenly Dalmor, since you will need to work together for a long time in the future. What about you? Luo Ho asked Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked in the direction of the three realms, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He whispered, This is the last 100 years. Let me be an ordinary person and spend quality time with my family. Luo Ho, looking at Bai Yu's back, knew that Bai Yu had made up his mind. He sighed and said, Don't worry, I will keep my word. Since I lost this time, I will try my best to protect the three realms and take the three realms on a journey. I'll handle all the preparation work. In these 100 years, you can enjoy family time. This time, in the three realms, no one will disturb your life. Bai Yu looked at Luo Ho and said with a light laugh, Thank you. As soon as the words fell, Bai Yu transformed into bits of light and disappeared, returning to the three realms. Emotions, huh? Luo Ho watched Bai Yu leave, his gaze complex. He muttered the word emotions to himself, finally entering the three realms with a puzzled expression. It seems like I also have to ponder it a bit. Chapter 217. The Wind Rises. Jiang City, Valley Mountain. Under a clear blue sky with white clouds, Lu Wan and Bai Xiaoya sat in a valley filled with blooming flowers. The surroundings were peaceful, with singing birds and fragrant flowers, but worry was etched in both of their eyes. After receiving news from Mouse 3, they had taken their relatives and friends, and those close to Bai Yu, and retreated to Valley Mountain. Bai Xiaoya couldn't stay put in the refuge on Valley Mountain, so she ran out to the valley to get some air, and Lu Wan, worried about Bai Xiaoya, had followed her. Fortunately, there was a barrier set by Bai Yu outside of Valley Mountain. In addition, many powerful spirits who followed Bai Yu had gathered in Valley Mountain. So even though the immortal and demon realms were in turmoil and caused a major earthquake in the human realm, destroying nearly half of the human cities, Valley Mountain remained unscathed. Even if demons and monsters were rampant outside, the valley was still relatively safe. Mom, do you think Dad will come back? Bai Xiaoya looked at the clear blue sky and couldn't help but ask Lu Wen. Of course he will, Lu Wen said with a gentle smile. Your dad is very strong. I believe in him so much. I believe in Dad too. Bai Xiaoya nodded. Her spirits lifted once more. Lu Wen smiled gently as she watched Bai Xiaoya cheer up. She gently patted Bai Xiaoya's head. However, deep in her eyes was a deep worry. After arriving at Valley Mountain, she had had a very strong sense of foreboding. She had a feeling that Bai Yu would not return. Although that ominous feeling was constantly tormenting her, she still chose to be strong and acted as if everything was fine in front of her daughter. At least, she had to play the role of a mother well. While in this state of anxiety, the barrier on Valley Mountain suddenly disappeared. Lu Wen's body jolted. She quickly looked towards the outside of the valley and saw Bai Yu standing at the entrance of the valley. She didn't know how long he had been there. Dad. When Bai Xiaoya saw Bai Yu, she immediately got up from the grass and ran excitedly towards Bai Yu. Xiaoya. Bai Yu hugged Bai Xiaoya and chuckled. Did you miss your dad? Of course I did. Bai Xiaoya nodded happily. But Dad, where did you go? You made us come here to take refuge. Mom and I were so worried. Don't worry, everything has been resolved. Bai Yu smiled and rubbed Bai Xiaoya's head. He then looked at Lu Wen, who was standing not far away. His eyes became complex. Although neither Bai Yu nor Lu Wen spoke, they had already understood each other through their eye contact. Without saying anything more, Bai Yu stepped forward, took Lu Wen's hand and whispered, "Let's go home." How much time do we have? Lu Wen suddenly asked, tightly grasping Bai Yu's hand. A lifetime, Bai Yu replied. That's enough. Lu Wen smiled and suddenly jumped onto Bai Yu's back. Like we used to, carry me home. Bai Yu carried Lu Wen on his back, reminiscing about his campus days with Lu Wen, and said softly, okay. After Bai Yu took Lu Wen and Bai Xiaoya home, the people who were taking refuge in Valley Mountain also gradually returned to the city. The human realm, which had been affected by the collapse of the demon realm, was restored to its original state by the power of the heavenly Tao. People forgot the pain they had once suffered and returned to their normal lives. As time passed, the damage to the human realm caused by the collapse of the immortal realm from within and the fragmentation of the demon realm became smaller and smaller. And Bai Yu, after returning to Jiang City, completely separated himself from the conflicts of the three realms, returning to an ordinary life. He enjoyed life with his wife and daughter and started a business with Yu Chong. At the same time, during his spare time from work, Bai Yu also helped Bai Xiaoya with her cultivation. During those 100 years, Bai Yu worked hard to play all of his roles. However, 100 years, while long for mortals, was but a blink of an eye for Bai Yu, like a dream bubble. This day, Bai Yu, dressed in an expensive suit, stood alone at the top of the financial building under his company's name. He looked down at the city below, reflecting on everything he had done in those 100 years. My wife and daughter have both become immortals. I have also helped Yu Chong build a business empire. And Fenger has also embarked on the path of cultivation as he wished. What I've done in these 100 years is considered complete. Bai Yu. At that moment, Luo Ho appeared behind Bai Yu and said, I've prepared everything. The time agreed upon with the overseer is almost here. Bai Yu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then said, I understand. Let's begin. Luo Ho confirmed with Bai Yu again. Are you sure you want to do this? There is still a chance to go back now? There's no need. Bai Yu was determined to go. I'll go and block the overseer, and you will take the three realms away. You sigh. Luo Ho sighed. He then cupped his fist at Bai Yu and said, Then, I wish you good luck in battle. Don't be so pessimistic. I may not die. Bai Yu smiled at Luo Ho, causing Luo Ho to be taken aback. Luo Ho asked in surprise, Do you have something? Don't overthink it. I'm going first. Bai Yu laughed. Before Luo Ho could ask any further, he transformed into a heavenly demon again and flew away. At the edge of chaos, there was a transparent barrier. This was a border that Luo Ho had found within those 100 years based on Pan Gu's records. On the other side of the barrier, it still looked like chaos. Even if a chaos creature happened to come here and pass through the barrier, it would only be transported to the other side of chaos, giving the impression that chaos was boundless. And this border had no energy fluctuations and no physical form. Even if a chaos creature passed through here, it would not feel anything strange. Baiyu, who had transformed into a heavenly demon, arrived at this place, stood alone in the chaos, closed his eyes, and waited, as if he had merged with chaos. At the same time, Luo Ho also cooperated with the heavenly Tao and, together with some ancient gods in the immortal realm, created an unprecedentedly enormous pocket dimension, which they used to store the three realms. Boom! The instant Luo Ho placed the three realms into his pocket dimension, an extraordinarily powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the border in front of Baiyu, blasting Baiyu away. And Luo Ho took advantage of this opportunity, rushed to another border of the chaos, and escaped with the three realms. The next moment, the overseer's huge eyes opened in the chaos, staring coldly at Baiyu, who was managing to stabilize himself. Baiyu, you deceived me. Baiyu looked at the eyes, which were larger than the sun, and said, "How did I deceive you? Now that the three realms are no longer in this chaos, you can create the world you desire." Such eloquent words. The overseer's voice was unusually cold. He then sneered, "Do you think Luo Ho can escape with the three realms? Even if he arrives in the primordial chaos, I have plenty of companions to pursue him. However, before I capture that fellow, Baiyu, I must make you pay the price for deceiving me." Boom! As soon as the overseer's words fell, he erupted with overwhelming divine power. Baiyu was hit hard, and he was blasted away like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 218. Transforming into Chaos. In the chaos, Baiyu, who was impacted by the overseer's aura, was like a shooting star, flying at high speed in the chaos. The overseer stared indifferently at Baiyu, who had been blasted away by him, and said indifferently, "You ignorant fool. You simply don't understand the difference between you and me. Since you chose to ignore the goodwill I gave you, then you can bear the pain to come. I will let you know the price of deceiving me." The overseer's cold voice echoed through the chaos, his huge eyes seeming to look down on everything in the chaos. Baiyu's figure at this moment appeared incredibly small in the overseer's eyes, and the other creatures in the chaos couldn't even withstand the pressure in the overseer's voice, and they exploded immediately. As expected, I can't fight the overseer head-on. I need to temporarily follow the original plan, stall for time, and make sure that Luo Ho can settle the three realms down outside the chaos first. Baiyu felt the overseer's supreme power. He immediately concealed himself in chaos completely. During these 100 years, although Baiyu had been living an ordinary life, in the middle of the night, he was still trying to connect with chaos, scheming on how to deal with the overseer. After all, no one wants to die. Even though Baiyu's battle was declared with the resolve to die, it didn't mean that Baiyu was going to simply throw his life away. In these 100 years, Baiyu had used the Hichu Luo Shu to calculate hundreds of billions of battles with the overseer in his mind, and within these hundreds of billions of battles, Baiyu had finally found the method with the greatest chance of him surviving. Chaos concealment. Baiyu activated the divine ability he had developed over the past 100 years. He disguised himself as chaos, and even his aura disappeared under the cover of chaos. Disappeared? When the overseer saw Baiyu disappear into thin air, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then sneered, "Even if you can hide, what does it matter? I have already locked down this chaos. When I completely destroy this chaos and turn everything into nothing, you will eventually appear." As soon as his voice fell, the overseer's eyes emitted a strong light. Wherever the strong light went, it flattened out the chaos, turning everything into nothing. According to the speed at which the overseer was destroying the chaos, it was likely that the entire chaos would be reduced to nothing within 10 minutes, and Baiyu would have nowhere to hide. As expected, the overseer is capable of erasing the entire chaos. However, the speed at which the overseer is destroying chaos is faster than I expected. It seems that I have to act more urgently. Baiyu, hiding in the chaos, saw that the overseer was just bombing everything like a carpet. He didn't waste any time. While the chaos was being erased by the overseer, he began to frantically absorb the power of chaos, turning his soul and body into chaos. Normally, if Baiyu absorbed the power of chaos to turn himself into chaos, it would be no different from courting death. After all, chaos was the most primitive, violent, and chaotic force, and an orderly soul and body were completely opposed to the power of chaos. If a living being forcefully absorbed it, even if that absorber had great divine power, he would only be lucky to survive the destruction of the violent chaos power. His consciousness would be evenly distributed across every part of chaos. His body and soul would return to chaos and completely become a part of chaos, and would be no different from being dead. However, Baiyu, as one of the earliest heavenly demons to be born in chaos, could also be called a child of chaos. His soul and body were more compatible with the power of chaos, and he was better able to withstand the erosion of chaos than beings of the three realms. Although Baiyu absorbed the power of chaos regardless of the consequences, he would still turn into chaos. His consciousness would be completely scattered into chaos and would no longer be able to condense. However, when the Overseer destroyed the original chaos, causing a void in space, the chaos transformed Baiyu would be a small-scale chaos, and from a macroscopic point of view, he could still be considered an independent entity. In this way, as long as Baiyu's will was strong enough, he could maintain his consciousness from being swallowed by chaos, allowing him to completely transform into chaos and dominate chaos. In this way, Baiyu, who had transformed into chaos, could also utilize the infinite energy of chaos. Although the Overseer still seemed capable of easily destroying the chaos of this world now, that was only because the chaos had no self-awareness. All the energy was without an owner. Even though there was infinite energy in chaos, it would not resist the Overseer. But if Baiyu transformed into chaos like Hong Jun transforming into the heavenly Tao, then he would be able to control all the energy within the chaos. As long as he became chaos, Baiyu would have the capital to fight against the Overseer. However, all of this was on the premise that Baiyu would successfully transform into chaos. After all, before Baiyu, no one had ever successfully transformed into chaos. Before Pangu created the world, a demon god ranked in the top 10 had once had his ambition inflated and tried to turn himself into chaos to completely dominate chaos. But that demon god had only just started before being completely eroded by chaos and quickly fell. In the end, a new demon god was born in chaos, replacing his position. The path that Baiyu was walking now was extremely dangerous. If he was careless, he would fall into an abyss from which there would be no return. And as the Overseer flattened the chaos, the energy of the entire chaos became extremely chaotic. Even though Baiyu began to absorb the energy of the chaos to try to transform into chaos, the Overseer didn't notice Baiyu's actions under the turbulent energy of the chaos. Time passed bit by bit. Endless power of chaos poured into Baiyu's body. Every trace of chaos power that entered Baiyu's body caused Baiyu to endure unimaginable pain. Under the erosion of the chaos, Baiyu's entire body had completely transformed into an energy body in less than a minute. His consciousness also spread to the surroundings, gradually merging with the chaos. Now, Baiyu was completely relying on his will to hold on. His strong desire to live kept him tightly holding onto his consciousness, which was about to dissipate, and maintaining his existence. He was refusing death, and as Baiyu completely transformed into chaos, he could no longer control his aura. He finally erupted completely. There was a fluctuation in chaos, attracting the Overseer's attention. Sensing Baiyu's chaotic aura, the Overseer instantly guessed what Baiyu was trying to do. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, and he scoffed, "You want to transform into chaos to fight against me? The idea is not bad, but can your body and soul really withstand the devouring of chaos? Even though the chaos power here is not as violent as the primordial chaos outside, it is still not something you can withstand. However, since you are seeking death yourself, I will add a little more to it, so you will forever linger on the verge of death and experience endless pain." The Overseer laughed out loud and directly shattered the barrier that blocked the chaos. A storm of primordial chaos from outside of chaos ruthlessly invaded the chaos within. Under the power of the primordial chaos storm, The power of chaos within the barrier was like a child, vulnerable and unable to withstand it. Baiyu, who had just transformed into a chaos energy body and who was barely maintaining his consciousness, had his consciousness instantly shattered under the impact of the primordial chaos storm. Ah! At the moment Baiyu's consciousness dissipated, he finally screamed, the extreme pain completely destroying his will. At this moment, Baiyu had completely fallen into hell. Chapter 219, Breakthrough. It's over, the monitor muttered, watching Baiyu's consciousness completely dissipate. He then transmitted the information about Luoho and the three realms to his colleagues, issued a warrant for Luoho, and then began to create a new world in this void. With Baiyu dead, the monitor no longer needed to destroy the chaos. He guided the primordial chaos storm out of this space and used the existing chaos to create the new world he desired. Thump, thump. Just as the monitor was guiding the primordial chaos storm, a loud and powerful heartbeat suddenly echoed through the chaos. What's this? Hearing the resounding heartbeat, the monitor's pupils contracted sharply. He turned abruptly towards the direction of the sound. There, large amounts of chaos gathered into a ball. Within the dark and hazy form, the monitor could vaguely see a heart beating. How is this possible? The monitor gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief at the sight of the heart pulsing in the chaos. It was not unusual for life to be born in the chaos. Apart from this universe, many creatures had emerged from the chaos in other universes within the primordial chaos. But what shocked the monitor was that the chaotic energy enveloping the heart was actually primordial chaos energy flowing in from beyond the universe's barrier. The primordial chaos outside the universe was entirely different from the chaos within it. The monitor could easily destroy everything within the universe, including the chaos there. However, outside the universe, in the primordial chaos, the monitor could, at best, merely survive. He was utterly incapable of destroying the primordial chaos. The beings that emerged from the primordial chaos were all creators capable of creating entirely new universes and establishing new laws. If it were a normal creator who hadn't absorbed too much primordial chaos energy, the monitor might be able to suppress them and take over the universe. But now, the monitor could feel unprecedented power emanating from the chaos-encased heart. How can it possess such immense power? Has it mutated? The monitor stared intently at the heart gestating in the chaos, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This sudden feeling of crisis caused the monitor to feel tense for the first time. Abandoning any restraint, his eyes focused, emitting a dazzling red glow before firing a beam of destructive light towards the heart. Boom! The crimson light, empowered by the monitor's might, pierced through the chaos and struck the heart, completely tearing it apart. However, to the monitor's horror, the hole in the heart rapidly healed in a matter of seconds, and it began to beat again. Impossible! This new creator hasn't even fully formed yet. How can it withstand my full-force attack? The monitor was visibly flustered when his full-force attack proved ineffective. He started to gather his power for another attack. However, before the monitor could amass his power, the heartbeat grew faster and faster, and a faint silhouette of Baiyu gradually materialized around it. Baiyu! The monitor's fear grew upon seeing that the new creator forming in the chaos was Baiyu. He realized that his momentary arrogance had very likely created a monster comparable to the primordial kings. He immediately sent the information to his companions. Soon, hundreds of eyes opened in the void of space that was now only filled with chaos, each pair belonging to a monitor. Monitor 007. What's happening? A monitor with a steady aura asked the one who had attacked Baiyu. Monitor 007, his eyes filled with panic, quickly responded, I will write a report later. For now, help me get rid of that monster. It's about to form. Upon hearing Monitor 007's words, the other arriving monitors also noticed Baiyu developing within the chaos. Their expressions showed a mixture of shock and alarm. This one's strange. Could the primordial chaos be trying to give birth to an eighth primordial king? The monitors, recognizing Baiyu's potential, immediately realized the gravity of the situation. In the primordial chaos, The original seven kings held supreme power. The monitors were merely outsiders. During the ancient wars, they were just cannon fodder compared to the primordial kings. In that war, the monitors suffered immense casualties and only managed to seal the seven kings and overturn their rule at a huge cost. The birth of an eighth primordial king was a great threat to the entire monitor organization. Everyone, hold nothing back. Attack with full power. We must completely obliterate him before he fully forms. Monitor 007 yelled, rallying the power of all the monitors present and launching an attack on Baiyu. Destructive rays powerful enough to obliterate entire universes in an instant shot towards Baiyu at speeds far beyond light. However, just as the destructive beams were about to hit Baiyu, a massive black claw materialized from the chaos surrounding him, effortlessly grabbing the destructive rays. The destructive attack of hundreds of monitors disintegrated in the black claw in the next moment. This monster is too strong. We are no match for it. Monitor 007 was filled with increasing fear as he saw Baiyu effortlessly block their attack. Baiyu was still in the process of formation, his true power yet to manifest. And yet, he could easily fend off the attacks from hundreds of monitors. Monitor 007 could not imagine how powerful Baiyu would become once he fully formed. The biggest regret of Monitor 007's life was not destroying Baiyu 100 years ago. Retreat. This monster needs to be dealt with by the seven pillars. We are no match for him. Let's not throw our lives away here. One monitor gave in first, calling on the others to flee. The rest of the monitors, now devoid of any will to fight, retreated at the call. Though monitors were beings who existed above all other beings, in reality, they each had their own desires and feared death. No one wanted to die here. Trying to run? Baiyu's voice echoed from the chaos. The giant black chaotic claw suddenly expanded and swiped through the void. Half of the hundreds of monitors were torn to pieces instantly. This monster. Monitor 007, among the few that remained alive, saw Baiyu obliterate half of their companions with a single move. He was completely terrified and began to flee desperately, seeking escape from this hell. However, as they tried to escape, the massive black claw reached out again through the void. Boom! In that instant, all the remaining monitors, including Monitor 007, were completely annihilated. The void fell silent. Only Baiyu's heartbeat echoed through the void. The power of the primordial chaos continued to flow through the barrier, pouring into Baiyu's body. Baiyu, like an unborn infant, frantically absorbed power from the outside world to fuel his growth. At this moment, Baiyu's power was surging like it had no limits. If the three realms were still in this universe, they would probably shatter from the sheer pressure of the released energy. However, despite Baiyu seeming to make continuous breakthroughs and everything moving in a positive direction, Baiyu's will was continuously battling the chaos. While the primordial chaos granted him strength, it also constantly eroded his will. If Baiyu slipped even for a moment, his original consciousness would be completely erased, and a brand new primordial king would be born. And then, no matter how powerful Baiyu became, it would no longer be him. Baiyu was undergoing an unprecedented and dangerous trial. Once he succeeded in this trial, he would be able to soar into the heavens and no longer fear separation from his family. Xiaowan, Xiaoya, wait for me. I will never give up. Baiyu focused his thoughts on Luwan and Bai Xiaoya, using his love for them to resist death and chaos. This tug-of-war continued for an immeasurable amount of time. Perhaps it was a few seconds or minutes, or maybe hundreds or millions of years. Baiyu's consciousness, after enduring endless torture, finally persevered. He gained complete control of his chaotic body. Baiyu slightly opened his eyes. His dark and deep eyes were like the chaos itself. The chaotic aura that had stirred through the void was completely absorbed by him. At this moment, Baiyu felt as if he could create a new three realms with a single thought. All the power of the chaos belonged to him. What a marvelous feeling. It's like I'm completely fused with the chaos, no? I am the chaos. Baiyu looked at his semi-transparent chaotic hand. With a little push of his inner energy, he instantly reshaped his flesh and returned to his original form. Wonderful. A voice accompanied by applause echoed through the void. Who's there? Baiyu looked around and saw a man wearing a white mask appear out of thin air, clapping his hands. The masked man chuckled. I hope my subordinates haven't caused you too much trouble. Your subordinates? Baiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean the monitors? Although Baiyu had now reached an unprecedented level and felt as if he could crush the monitors with a single finger, he could still sense danger emanating from the masked man. The masked man chuckled. I happened to be there when they were killed by you. Baiyu's pupils slightly contracted. You were watching me go through my tribulation all along? Something like that. The masked man chuckled. What's your purpose? Baiyu frowned, questioning. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Tianji, one of the 7 pillars. Tianji smiled slightly, reached out his hand to Baiyu, and said, I'd like to sincerely invite you to join us, to become one of the 7 pillars and jointly rule over the primordial chaos. What if I refuse? Baiyu said sternly as chaotic energy swirled around him. He had rejected the monitor's olive branch without hesitation, and his answer remained the same even with the leader of the monitors here. Don't be so hasty to refuse. Tianji chuckled at Baiyu. Honestly, there is absolutely no harm for you to join us. On the contrary, the 3 realms that you care about and the people you care about will receive the greatest protection because of your supreme position. Baiyu's eyes immediately flashed with killing intent. He questioned sternly, What have you done to them? Relax, I only protected them when they were pursued by other monitors. Tianji smiled. However, I can't protect them forever. So, you need to become a king. You must personally protect them and your world. Hearing Tianji's words, Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked Tianji, If I join you, you'll return them to me? Guaranteed. I will return them to you perfectly intact. Tianji chuckled. Furthermore, you will command countless monitors and have endless power in the primordial chaos. I don't believe you would give me such generous conditions without an ulterior motive. Baiyu frowned slightly. What do you want me to do? Tianji smiled. Firstly, I am impressed by your strength. Becoming the 8th primordial king gives you the right to be a 7 pillar, to maintain the balance of primordial chaos with us. Secondly, I foresee that in the near future, 2 troublemakers will appear in a certain universe of the primordial chaos. We need the help of a strong individual like you. Those are your only demands? Baiyu raised an eyebrow. No other restrictions? You just need to follow the organization's rules and not disrupt the balance of the primordial chaos. As a 7 pillar, you can do whatever you want. Tianji smiled. Also, you and I are on equal footing. After hearing Tianji's words, Baiyu knew that he had no choice. He then said, All right, I accept your offer. May we have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Tianji narrowed his eyes and smiled. A white mask appeared in his palm and was offered to Baiyu. Baiyu accepted the mask, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and put it on. The 8th king of the primordial chaos, and now one of the 7 pillars of the monitors. Baiyu. Online. Chapter 220. The Wheel of Fate. An unknown number of years passed since Baiyu became a 7 pillar. Amidst the endless primordial chaos storms, Baiyu, wearing his mask, stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching a universe in front of him. After he had accepted Tianji's offer to become a 7 pillar, Tianji had also kept his promise and returned the 3 realms to him, complete and undamaged. The 3 realms had returned to their original universe, the lives of its inhabitants had returned to normal, and everything seemed to be moving in the right direction. However, since Baiyu had become a 7 pillar, he had completely detached himself from the 3 realms. Everyone in the 3 realms, except for Luwan and Bai Xiaoya, had no memories of Baiyu. After Baiyu took Luwan and Bai Xiaoya away from the 3 realms, he was completely forgotten by them. Now, in the primordial chaos, there was no more immortal venerable Luo Yun, only 7 pillar Baiyu. After becoming a 7 pillar, Baiyu had been searching the primordial chaos for the potential threats Tianji had foretold. This 3000 universe had 2 creators, which matched Tianji's prophecy, and this was Baiyu's target. Behind Baiyu, Hundreds of monitors in human form stood waiting. Mr. Bai, the 3000 universe is just ahead. We have already investigated it several times. The creators of that universe are named good and evil. They are not strong enough for Mr. Bai to deal with personally. Why not let us handle it? A monitor approached Bai Yu and bowed respectfully. No need. You guys guard the perimeter. I will handle this myself, Bai Yu said indifferently. No one is allowed to approach this universe without my permission. But they are merely creators, Mr. Bai. It's below your dignity to do things yourself every time. The monitor continued to urge. Bai Yu coldly glanced at the monitor and said, Do I need your guidance on how to do my job? Feeling Bai Yu's icy killing intent, the monitor trembled and quickly said, Yes. I was out of line. Just guard the outside. Bai Yu coldly snorted, then turned into a black beam of light and flew into the universe. The moment Bai Yu passed through the universe's barrier, he saw a massive world, shaped like a seed, that was billions of times larger than the three realms. The massive world was divided into 9 layers, each layer populated with countless beings and numerous powerful individuals. What a massive world! The 3 realms cannot even be compared to it. Bai Yu couldn't help but gasp. He had already visited many universes in the primordial chaos, but this was the first time he had seen such a magnificent world. The 3 realms were but a speck compared to it. At the top of this massive world, Bai Yu could see a river formed from time swirling around, and at the end of that river, a platform was suspended, towering above the rest of the world. Bai Yu could sense 2 extremely powerful auras on the platform, vastly exceeding that of all other beings in this world. The creators of this universe should be there. Their auras are quite strong. Perhaps I have found the right ones. They are the threats that Tianji was talking about. Bai Yu looked at the platform at the top of the world and narrowed his eyes slightly. He then turned into a beam of light and flew towards the platform. On the platform at the end of time, there was only a gazebo. 2 men in black robes were playing chess in the middle. Bai Yu slowly landed outside the gazebo, but the 2 men seemed to have not noticed him at all. They were both focused on the chessboard. Bai Yu entered the gazebo and looked at the chessboard, only to find that there was not a single chess piece on it. However, even though there were no pieces on the board, Bai Yu could see that the board itself contained the myriad forms of the universe and the truth of the great Tao. It seemed like simply placing a piece on the board would have a massive impact on the real world. From the blank chessboard alone, Bai Yu knew that the 2 mysterious men before him were difficult to deal with. He was increasingly certain of his guesses. Although Bai Yu was very curious about the chess game being played by the 2 mysterious men, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. After agreeing to Tianji's request to meet with Brain and becoming a 7-pillar, he had truly experienced the power of the Monitor's forces. Even though he had been favored by the primordial chaos and had become the 8th king, trying to rebel against Brain was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Even Tianji, whom he found to be a mortal threat, was just a tool of Brain. Therefore, to protect his wife, his daughter, and the 3 realms, he could only become a 7-pillar, eliminate the 2 mysterious men in front of him, and prove his worth to Brain. He was very clear on what would happen to the beings of a universe after he eliminated their creators. However, he also knew that he had no other choice. The only thing he could do was to eliminate the creators of each universe as quickly as possible, so as to not destroy the original ecology of the universe. Then he would let his monitor subordinates govern the universe to maintain the balance. Good, the guest has arrived. One of the mysterious men spoke and smiled at the other. Yes, he's finally here. Good smiled slightly, then asked, Evil, how long have we been deducing this game? 300 billion years? Or 30,000 billion years? Evil pondered for a moment, and then laughed. It takes a lot of thinking to deal with Brain. I didn't pay attention to time, so I don't quite remember. However, after waiting so long, we finally found a suitable person. It wasn't easy at all. Bai Yu was shocked by the words of the 2 mysterious men, but he kept his face neutral. The immeasurable sword of no thoughts, which had been enhanced by the primordial chaos, slowly materialized in Bai Yu's hand. He then said to the 2 men, I apologize for intruding into your universe and disturbing your chess game. Though this is a rude request, Please fight me. We must decide who lives and who dies. Wait a moment. Evil smiled at Baiyu, then asked Good, the guest is here. Shouldn't you make the first move? It's time to start. Good also smiled slightly, and then a black piece materialized in his hand. He gently placed the piece on the chessboard. Clack! As the piece landed on the chessboard, a strange ripple spread out from the center of the piece. On the chessboard, Baiyu's life story and everything he had done after becoming a seven-pillar flashed quickly across the chessboard in the form of images. Baiyu realized that everything he had done was being manifested on the chessboard. He narrowed his eyes and immediately realized that the chess game might be manipulating his life. He didn't hesitate and swung his sword down, trying to shatter the chessboard. Clang! Baiyu's sword struck the chessboard and countless runes immediately appeared, actually repelling his immeasurable sword of no thoughts. Baiyu's hand was numb from the powerful rune energy and his arm trembled slightly. Evil looked at Baiyu and said grumpily, "Hey, Baiyu, if you're going to kill us, then focus on us. The chessboard hasn't offended you. Why did you try to destroy it?" Baiyu looked at the runes floating on the chessboard, his heart filled with shock. Good and evil's power was beyond his imagination. Faced with these two terrifying men, Baiyu knew he was no match for them. He then sheathed his immeasurable sword of no thoughts and sat down beside them, saying, "Those idiots under me seem to have severely underestimated your strength. I am no match for you too." After the runes appeared, Baiyu knew that he was no match for good and evil. He wouldn't win even if it were him against the two of them, or if he brought all the seven pillars with him. Perhaps, after all, we are very good at playing the weak to catch the strong. Good smiled at Baiyu, but if Brain knew of our existence beforehand, our next plan wouldn't be easy. Baiyu's eyes slightly narrowed. You actually intend to revolt against Brain? What? Would you like to join us? Evil asked with a smile. With a seven-pillar joining, things would be much easier for us. Baiyu shook his head. No, I've seen the power of Brain. Though you two are very strong, I don't think you two stand a chance. The seven pillars are not the organization's entirety. Of course, if I were alone, I might be able to cooperate with you two and slowly plot, but the reality is, I cannot take that risk. After I leave, I'm afraid that stronger beings will come to deal with you too soon. I knew it. What a pity. Evil sighed slightly, and then asked Baiyu, "Then can you turn a blind eye to our existence? We don't want to be dragged into any trouble. If we overthrow Brain, it will benefit you too." Baiyu shook his head. Brain can read my memory. Even if I want to hide it, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much. You don't have to worry about that. Evil smiled mysteriously. I have the ability to make Brain read false memories of yours. False memories? Baiyu was stunned. Then he became very excited. If you can really do that, then it'll be interesting. The reason he accepted the status quo and joined the monitors was that his trump cards had been completely seen through by Brain. If he made the slightest move, he would be discovered. Under such circumstances, he had no chance to retaliate, and acting recklessly would only lead him to his doom. However, if he could have false memories, he could secretly plot, even without relying on good and evil. He would eventually overthrow Brain and return complete freedom to his wife and daughter. Thinking of this, Baiyu said to Good and Evil, "If you can really provide me with false memories, then I can pretend that today never happened. Then it's settled." Evil chuckled and drew a rune in the void and sent it into Baiyu's mind before disappearing. In the next moment, Baiyu gained a method to divide his memories into two layers, an inner layer and an outer layer. His inner layer held his true memories, while his outer layer could be modified at will. Baiyu slightly tried to modify his outer layer of memory and was even more amazed at Good and Evil's strange method. Under the disguise of the outer layer of memories, his true memories were completely hidden. Even if Brain could read minds, it could only read his outer layer of memory. After seeing Evil's methods, Baiyu realized that the two mysterious men before him might truly have the ability to overthrow Brain and save him. With this, you can hide your true thoughts from Brain. Evil smiled slightly at Baiyu and reminded him, "However, I have to remind you that two layers of memories overlap. Too many modifications of memories will be like creating two different personalities. If your will is not strong enough, you may confuse true memories with false ones and ultimately go insane. Baiyu came back to his senses and cupped his fist towards Evil. I understand, thank you. No need to thank us. Helping you is helping us. Evil waved his hand and invited Baiyu again. Finally, I'll ask you again sincerely, would you join us to fight against Brain? Baiyu was no longer that resistant to good and evil's invitation, but he still did not agree. He smiled and said, I will observe for a while. If you can show me a glimmer of hope of winning, then I will join you. But before that, let's pretend that we are enemies. All right, we respect your choice. Evil did not insist and smiled. Then are we still going to fight? There's no need. Baiyu shook his head. Good and evil are weak and do not pose a threat to the organization. The alert should be lifted, and monitors should be sent to manage the universe in order to maintain balance. After speaking, Baiyu soared into the sky and smiled at good and evil below. This is all I can do for you for now. What happens next depends on yourselves. Thank you. The two in the gazebo waved to Baiyu, thanking him. You've helped us greatly. You too. Baiyu smiled slightly, then took off his mask and bowed deeply to good and evil. You've helped me greatly. Baiyu sincerely thanked good and evil. The light in his eyes, which had been growing dimmer, gradually returned. In the next moment, he turned into a phantom and disappeared. Evil watched Baiyu leave, then looked at the chessboard. He said to Good, the 8th king who surpasses the original 7 kings has been created. He will be able to share much of the pressure. Should we find the next teammate? This time, should we look for a successor in other universes again? No need. There's one in our 3000 universe. I've already found a suitable young man. Let's lay low for a while. That young man needs to go through many cycles of reincarnation to stand out. Who knows how many years it will take? All right, this undertaking is long and difficult. I should rest a bit. Good and evil talked as they slowly disappeared from where they were. On the chessboard with a single chess piece in the gazebo, a second piece slowly appeared. The wheel of fate began to turn again. Meanwhile, after leaving the 3000 universe, Baiyu returned to the monitors who were waiting for him. Baiyu, what was the result? Tianji appeared and asked Baiyu. They're not good and evil. We have to find the next one. Baiyu replied. It's okay. There are still many universes with 2 creators. We'll look slowly. Tianji did not suspect Baiyu's words and didn't mind the matter. We should go back now. Brain is summoning us. Okay. Baiyu smiled slightly and put his mask back on. Chapter 221. New Mission. In the primordial chaos, within a pitch-black void, a gigantic black island floated. This was the headquarters of the monitors, who ruled the entire primordial chaos. Countless monitors patrolled the outskirts of the island. Each of their strengths, if released in the primordial chaos, would be enough to dominate an entire universe and crush countless powerhouses. In the center of this island stood a black tower entwined with thick black lines. Tianji and Baiyu, wearing masks, arrived in front of the black tower. With them were 5 other masked powerhouses. Each of their auras far exceeded those of the monitors, and they were capable of destroying countless universes with a single hand. Mr. Bai, I heard you went to the 3000 universe. Are the creators of that universe a threat to us? The masked man who spoke was named Tianyun, one of the 7 pillars. He was on relatively good terms with Baiyu. However, Baiyu had never truly pledged loyalty to Brain, nor did he consider the 7 pillars his friends. His friendship with Tianyun was only to solidify his position and facilitate his actions. After all, when Tianji had brought him back and made him a 7 pillar against the rules, it had already stirred up dissatisfaction among the other 7 pillars. Although the other 7 pillars had not openly made things difficult for Baiyu out of respect for Tianji, the leader of the 7 pillars, they frequently made things difficult for him secretly. If Baiyu's strength had not been so formidable, and if he had not acted so ruthlessly, forcing the other 7 pillars to consider their losses when they tried to attack him, they would have devoured him long ago. To reduce his own troubles, Baiyu could only choose to befriend some of the 7 pillars while secretly plotting against the others. Once the time was ripe, he would settle the score one by one. A gentleman takes his revenge, even if it takes 10 years. They were not. We still need to look for the next one, Bai replied, concealing the truth of what he had seen. Sigh, I knew it wouldn't be that easy to find. Perhaps our threat hasn't even been born yet. Tianyun sighed softly, not doubting Bai's words. Each of the 7 pillars had their own tasks, and after completing them, they would return to report everything they had seen to Brain. In Brain's eyes, the 7 pillars had no secrets, so lying was impossible. Rumble. At this time, the doors of the Black Tower slowly opened. A large number of black lines stretched out from the tower, forming a dark path that extended to the feet of each of the 7 pillars. Mr. Bai, I'll go in to report first. Let's talk next time. Seeing the black line extend to his feet, Tianyun ended his conversation with Baiyu, stepped inside, and disappeared behind the tower door. The other 7 pillars waiting outside also entered one by one, teleporting away. Only Tianji and Baiyu remained in place. Baiyu looked at Tianji and asked, "Aren't you going in?" Tianji smiled, "I don't have any missions recently, so I don't need to report. I still have something to talk to you about later. I'll wait for you outside." Baiyu gave Tianji a deep look and didn't say anything. He walked straight into the Black Tower. The moment he entered the door, Baiyu's body turned ethereal, and he teleported away, arriving in a white space. There were no other 7 pillars here, only a huge ball of light suspended in the center of the space. Unimaginable energy surged within the ball of light, and a single wisp of it could instantly destroy an entire universe. Even more unimaginable was that this was only a clone of Brain. After joining the Monitor organization, Baiyu had never seen what Brain looked like. "Baiyu," a neutral voice came from the ball of light. Baiyu kneeled on one knee and respectfully said, "7 pillar Baiyu greets Brain." The ball of light responded faintly, and then black lines flew out of the light and wrapped around Baiyu. Baiyu could feel his soul being examined. He could not help but close his eyes and carefully recall the memories that he had carefully fabricated. Soon, Brain had examined all of Baiyu's memories, and the black lines dissipated with the wind. "It seems that it wasn't in the 3000 universe. I already know everything. You can go back?" "Yes." Baiyu opened his eyes and bowed again to Brain. Then his body turned ethereal and disappeared, returning to the outside of the Black Tower. Seeing Baiyu come out, Tianji immediately stepped forward and asked, "Did Brain assign you any new missions?" "No." Baiyu shook his head. "Looks like it's my turn for a break soon. So it really wasn't good and evil?" A glint of light flickered in Tianji's eyes. He murmured to himself, then said to Baiyu, "Baiyu, I have some private matters I need to attend to recently. Could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" "Brain has given me a new mission. The monitor of the 3 Pure Ones universe suddenly died, and the monitors who went to investigate later also lost contact. They want me to investigate the situation." "Monitors disappearing," Baiyu muttered. "Could it be the work of the remnants of the 7 kings?" Tianji nodded slightly. "Possibly. Brain judges that there is at least a calamity-level threat there. The monitor's power is not enough to deal with it. We 7 pillars need to take action." In the monitor's evaluations, the powerful creatures in the major universes of the primordial chaos were divided into 4 threat levels: world devastation, calamity, menace, and anomaly. Monitors could handle anomaly-level creatures on their own, while menace-level creatures required the cooperation of multiple monitors to capture. As for calamity-level creatures, they were powerful existences that monitors could no longer handle. Such creatures could destroy universes at any moment and pose a threat to the Monitor organization. Therefore, the 7 pillars had to suppress them personally. As for world devastation-level creatures, they did not exist in the primordial chaos except for the primordial 7 kings who had been sealed long ago. Once a world devastation-level creature appeared, the 7 pillars had to gather immediately and work together to deal with it. Now, a potentially calamity-level creature had suddenly appeared in the 3 Pure Ones universe. This meant that the situation had become extremely serious. When you find a cockroach in a room, there might already be 1,000 cockroaches hiding in the dark. The appearance of a calamity-level creature was the same. In the primordial chaos, It was impossible for such a powerhouse to appear out of nowhere. Are you sure you want to entrust such an important matter to me? Baiyu frowned slightly. The Three Pure Ones universe is so abnormal. It might be where the threat you foretold is hiding. I also want to go personally. Tianji sighed heavily. But I really have urgent business that I can't get away from. I can only ask you for help. Also, the monitors disappeared on Blue Star in the Three Pure Ones universe. That planet is similar to the Earth you once lived on. It makes more sense for you to go than me. But I was going to go see my wife and daughter during my rare vacation. Baiyu was not interested in the threats that could endanger the monitor's rule, and he didn't want to help Tianji. Baiyu, please help me this time. Tianji's tone became pleading. Once this mission is completed, Brain will definitely trust you completely. I will intercede on your behalf. By then, you will be able to take the three realms into your own small world, and you will no longer have to worry about the safety of your wife and daughter. Is that true? Baiyu's eyes lit up, and he asked Tianji to confirm. The reason why he had joined the Monitor organization and worked for Brain was entirely because the three realms and his wife and daughter were under Brain's control. If he could take his wife and daughter into his own small world, then he would have nothing to worry about. It's true. Tianji nodded. Actually, my private business is also related to you. Once it's successful, you won't be blackmailed either. Therefore, I have to ask you to help me with this mission. If you can really do that, then I will owe you a big favor. I'll take care of the Three Pure Ones universe. Thank you. Seeing that Baiyu had agreed, Tianji beamed with joy. Then, he seemed to think of something and advised Baiyu. By the way, the threat hidden in the Three Pure Ones universe is extremely cunning. I don't have any specific information about him. After you go, you must hide your identity. Do not alert him until you find him. Don't let him run away. Okay, leave the Three Pure Ones universe to me. I will take care of the threat as soon as possible. Baiyu nodded. Then it's up to you. These are the specific coordinates of the Three Pure Ones universe. The last message the monitors sent was on Blue Star. You can start your investigation from Blue Star. I'll go first. After Tianji transmitted all the mission-related information and precautions to Baiyu, he hurriedly left, leaving Baiyu alone in place. Baiyu roughly scanned the information about the Three Pure Ones universe and the precautions. Then he glanced at the Black Tower entrance behind him. The other 7 pillars had also finished reporting and returned from Brain's side. Baiyu did not want to conflict with the other 7 pillars at this time. After confirming the coordinates, he took to the sky and broke through the void. Chapter 222, Xianxia. Three Pure Ones universe, Blue Star. Baiyu, wearing his mask, stood in space, looking at the blue planet in front of him. He was suddenly somewhat dazed, as if he had arrived on Earth. How can this planet look so similar to Earth? Baiyu muttered to himself. He glanced at his surroundings and found that the star system where this blue star was located also had a star similar to the Sun. The blue star also had a small satellite, similar to the Moon, orbiting it. Apart from the absence of planets like Mars and Mercury, this star system could almost be called another solar system. However, the primordial chaos was vast and possessed countless universes, and each universe had countless star systems. It was not impossible for a planet similar to Earth to appear within the infinite number of star systems. Baiyu did not take this matter to heart. He simply instructed the monitors who had come with him to the Three Pure Ones universe, build a barrier outside the Three Pure Ones universe to prevent any living beings from entering or leaving. Yes. The monitors saluted Baiyu and then dispersed outside the Three Pure Ones universe, working together to build a huge barrier that enveloped the entire universe. After sealing off this universe, Baiyu used his divine soul to spread across the entire universe in search of its creator. However, after Baiyu's divine soul covered the entire universe, he could not sense the aura of the creator. As expected, just like the information stated, the creator of this universe has also been killed. It seems that the guy hiding on Blue Star is plotting something. Baiyu withdrew his divine soul and focused his attention on Blue Star. Whether it was a coincidence or something else, the landmasses on Blue Star not only resembled those on Earth, but the distribution of national powers was also very similar. Is it really just a coincidence that this blue star is so similar to Earth? Baiyu frowned slightly. He carefully recalled his conversation with Tianji and vaguely felt that Tianji's attitude was somewhat strange. Oh well, I'm here now, so I might as well stay. After uncovering the threat hidden on Blue Star, I'll return immediately. Baiyu suppressed the unease in his heart, concealed his aura, and descended to Blue Star. The nation of Great Xia. Baiyu landed on a high tower in a city and transmitted to the monitors, "Send me information about the city I'm in." Yes. The monitors quickly replied, respectfully, "Mr. Bai, the city you are currently in is called Nanchuan City. It has a population of 32 million. Among them, there are 10,000 cultivators, 3,000 spirits, 600 wandering souls, and 30 devils. Just a single city, and there are so many hidden cultivators and demons." Baiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Blue Star has already shown signs of spiritual energy revival, and it's transforming into a martial arts civilization. "Mr. Bai, we detected an abnormal signal from the north of the city. Should we go investigate?" A monitor, constantly monitoring Blue Star from outside the universe, suddenly sensed a strange signal and immediately asked Baiyu, "No need. You keep watch on the barrier and don't let any living beings enter or leave. Leave this investigation to me." Baiyu rejected the monitor's request and teleported to the northern part of Nanchuan City. At the same time, in the northern part of Nanchuan City, in an empty alleyway, a 16 or 17-year-old girl in a school uniform was running away in panic, clutching a black box. She occasionally looked behind her, and one could vaguely see several black shadows chasing her on the ground. The girl ran in panic and accidentally ran into a dead end. Crap. Seeing that there was no way forward, the girl's pupils constricted slightly. She turned around to try to find another escape route, but saw that the black shadows had already blocked her retreat. The girl looked at the black shadows slowly crawling up from the ground, her face pale. She couldn't help but hug the black box tightly and retreat. You guys don't come over. Hand over the sacred box." The black shadows transformed into tall, thin humanoid monsters. They dragged their arms that hung down to the ground and ordered the girl in hoarse and gloomy voices. However, after hearing the humanoid monster's words, the girl hugged the black box in her arms even tighter. She said tearfully, This is my mother's ashes. How can I give them to monsters like you? You don't have a choice." The leading humanoid monster grinned and then ordered the other humanoid monsters, "Tear her apart, take back the sacred box." Roar. The rest of the humanoid monsters roared and then charged towards the girl with distorted bodies. Their legs sank into the ground, making them look as if they were shadows rising from the ground. They looked fierce and terrifying. The girl had no way to fight back against the humanoid monster's attacks. She could only hug the black box tightly and close her eyes in despair. However, after the girl closed her eyes, the pain of being torn apart that she had imagined did not appear. She subconsciously opened her eyes. The monsters in the alley had all disappeared. Only a white-clothed man wearing a silver mask stood in front of her. A miniaturized humanoid monster was struggling in pain in the white-clothed man's palm. At the white-clothed man's feet, there were several puddles of black blood. Shadow-faced ghost, a monster unique to this planet, it seems to be artificially cultivated after the spiritual energy revived. Baiyu squeezed the humanoid monster in his palm after searching its memories. Seeing this scene, the girl could not help but gulp. She asked cautiously, You are? Baiyu looked at the girl and finally focused his attention on the black box in her arms. His divine soul swept over it. Seeing Baiyu also staring at her mother's urn, the girl took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with fear again. Although Baiyu was human, the feeling he gave her was even more terrifying than the shadow-faced ghosts she had encountered earlier. Baiyu examined the black box with his divine soul and found that the strange signal the monitor had sensed was coming from a necklace inside the box. He asked the girl, "Where did you get the necklace in the box? How did you know that there was a necklace inside?" The girl's expression changed instantly. She backed directly into the corner, her eyes filled with caution. Seeing the girl's wariness, Baiyu's tone became much gentler. He said softly, Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. If I wanted to snatch it, you wouldn't be able to stop me, right? After Bayu's reassurances, the girl's eyes were still filled with fear, but she still lowered her guard a little and replied, "That is my mother's relic." Mother's relic? Hearing the girl's words, Bayu immediately realized that the box contained the ashes of the girl's mother. Looking at the girl's helpless appearance, for some reason, Bayu thought of his daughter, Bai Xiaoya. "I'm sorry, I didn't know that your mother was inside." Bayu apologized to the girl and then asked, "What's your name?" The girl pursed her lips and said timidly, "My name is Zhang Zixuan." Chapter 223, A Decaying World. Zhang Zixuan. Bayu softly repeated the girl's name, then asked, "Why were you being chased by those monsters?" Zhang Zixuan shook her head and replied, "I don't know. After I retrieved my mother's ashes from the crematorium, they started chasing me." "You don't know the reason either?" Bayu raised an eyebrow slightly, a bit surprised. However, he could see that Zhang Zixuan was not lying. Realizing that Zhang Zixuan might be involved in the secrets he needed to investigate, Bayu asked, "Do you have anywhere else to go next?" Zhang Zixuan nodded weakly and said, "My grandmother is still at home." "Then, I'll take you home. There might be more than just those monsters, and it's dangerous on the road." Bayu wasn't in a hurry to expose his purpose and prepared to first get closer to Zhang Zixuan. "Thank you." Zhang Zixuan did not reject Bayu's kindness and nodded weakly. Zhang Zixuan had already witnessed how terrifying those monsters were. If she encountered them again alone, she wouldn't be able to survive. The masked Bayu in front of her was equally suspicious, but at least for now, it seemed that Bayu had no ill intentions. "By the way, how should I address you?" Zhang Zixuan mustered up her courage to look at Bayu's eyes beneath his mask and asked softly, "My surname is Bai. You can call me Mr. Bai." Bayu said softly, "Let's go." "Okay, I'll leave it to Mr. Bai." Zhang Zixuan nodded slightly and led Bayu out of the alley and onto the street. It was noon on a weekend in Nanchuan City. After Bayu and Zhang Zixuan left the alley, they were in a busy downtown area, with people and cars bustling everywhere. In Old Earth, Bayu would have found it hard to imagine that those monsters would dare to commit acts of killing so wantonly in the middle of a bustling downtown area. Although this world looks bright and beautiful on the surface, it is probably full of abscesses underneath. Bayu glanced at the crowd and had already discovered that two demons were hiding within it, secretly absorbing the vital energy of the pedestrians. If it were the former immortal venerable Luo Yun, Bayu would have made those demons vanish into thin air the moment he saw them, unable to do evil again. However, after Bayu became a seven pillar, he had seen too many worlds, too much filth. Such things could never be completely eradicated. Even if a portion were eliminated, it would not mean anything. Moreover, the ruler of the monitor's brain was the root of evil in the entire primordial chaos. Now that Bayu was working for brain, he did not have the right to crusade against other evils. Over time, as long as they did not provoke Bayu, he would turn a blind eye to those demons and ghosts. "Mr. Bai this way?" Zhang Zixuan did not notice the demons hiding in the crowd. After arriving in the bustling area, she relaxed a lot, and a smile returned to her face. Seeing Zhang Zixuan smile, Bayu couldn't help but say, "You are quite an optimistic person." "Why do you say that, Mr. Bai?" Zhang Zixuan tilted her head and looked at Bayu, asking. If it was a normal person, after experiencing the pain of losing a mother and being chased by monsters, they wouldn't be able to smile. "My mother told me that there are many difficulties in life. We cannot choose which difficulties we will experience, but we can choose to face them with a smile. Since things have already happened, we can only accept them with a smile. Your mother was a person who understood philosophy." Bayu nodded slightly, agreeing with what Zhang Zixuan's mother had said. "Hee. Actually, my mother knew many other things. She was the greatest person in the world." Perhaps it was because Bayu praised her mother, the relationship between Zhang Zixuan and Bayu became much closer, and they started talking more on the way. Bayu himself possessed extremely high knowledge and intelligence, and his EQ was also very high. No matter his experience or aura, he was a force to be reckoned with for Zhang Zixuan. Within just a few kilometers, Bai had completely gained Zhang Zixuan's trust and received a lot of information from her. Zhang Zixuan had been living in a single-parent family since she was young, living with her mother and grandmother. From childhood to adulthood, Zhang Zixuan had been living in a normal environment and knew nothing about the demons and ghosts behind this world. However, Bai could sense that Zhang Zixuan had pure spiritual energy within her body. This type of constitution easily attracted the attention of demons. Just when Bai and Zhang Zixuan were walking home, those two demons who were happily absorbing human essence had already targeted Zhang Zixuan, only to be sent on a free one-way ticket to oblivion by Bai. With Zhang Zixuan's special constitution, it was quite remarkable that she had grown up safe and sound and knew nothing about demons. This could only mean that Zhang Zixuan's mother or grandmother was a reclusive powerhouse. "I'm home, Mr. Bai. Thank you so much for your help this time." Zhang Zixuan stopped at the entrance of her residential complex and bowed to Bai, thanking him sincerely. "It was just a small effort." Bai smiled and waved his hand. "If you truly want to thank me, then invite me to your house for a drink of water." "No problem. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. My grandmother used to be a head chef at a restaurant, and I've got her true recipes," Zhang Zixuan said with a smile, full of confidence in her cooking skills. "Since you said that, I am looking forward to your cooking." Bai smiled and followed Zhang Zixuan into the residential complex. However, the moment Bai stepped into the residential complex, he smelled a putrid stench that came from the depths of the soul. Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked up and scanned the buildings in the complex, discovering that 80% of the residents of several buildings had been taken over by demons. In the rooms of those buildings, there were many corpses of humans who had been killed. "Have all the demons and monsters in Nanchuan City come here to party?" Bai frowned, and a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. From the moment Zhang Zixuan entered the complex, many demons had already hidden behind the windows of various houses, quietly sizing up Zhang Zixuan. It was obvious that these demons were all here for Zhang Zixuan, or rather, for the urn in Zhang Zixuan's hands. "Mr. Bai, what's wrong?" Zhang Zixuan didn't know that this complex had already turned into a living hell. Thinking that Bai was feeling unwell, she couldn't help but ask with concern. "It's nothing." Bai came back to his senses and did not tell Zhang Zixuan the truth directly. He behaved as usual. "I just remembered something. Let's go home first." "Okay." Zhang Zixuan nodded and walked briskly towards her building, only to see many of her neighbors gathered at the entrance of the building, not knowing what they were doing. When Zhang Zixuan came over, those neighbors turned around in unison, all staring at Zhang Zixuan with wide, bulging eyes, scaring her a lot. What are you doing?" Bai silently stood in front of Zhang Zixuan, scanning those humans who had been turned into demons. His eyes flashed with killing intent. "You guys, roll or die?" As soon as Bai said this, it was like a cold, sharp wind. All of the demons present shuddered. Chapter 224. "You offended my eyes." "Mr. Bai." Zhang Zixuan stared blankly at Bai, not understanding why Bai's aura had suddenly changed so drastically. But in the next moment, she witnessed an extremely terrifying scene. Several of the usually amiable neighbors gathered downstairs in her building suddenly had their heads fall off because they were frightened by Bai's cold killing intent. Their heads actually fell off. The heads of the neighbors slid off their shoulders, spraying blood and slowly rolling on the ground. Zhang Zixuan stared at the heads rolling on the ground. Her mind first went blank, then she felt dizzy, her vision went black, and she fell straight down. The mental shock that she had experienced from being chased by the monsters earlier was not as great as the sudden beheading of her familiar neighbors. The demons whose heads had fallen off saw that Bai's killing intent had intensified. They became even more afraid and hurriedly picked up their heads from the ground and hastily reattached them to their shoulders. However, because those demons were too terrified, they could not reattach their heads properly, making the scene look extremely bloody and bizarre. Seeing that the demons could not reattach their heads, Bai lost his remaining patience. He focused his eyes on the demons and crushed their bodies and souls into pieces. Seeing this, the other demons present were all terrified. They kneeled to Bai in unison, kowtowing and begging, "Immortal, spare us. They were originally attracted by the pure energy and wanted to get a share in this small complex. However, they did not expect that a great immortal would suddenly appear here. They were all immediately terrified by Baiyu. Baiyu was not polite with these demons. He randomly pointed at a demon that looked weaker and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" The demon that Baiyu pointed at trembled all over. It simply could not withstand Baiyu's killing intent that was about to solidify, and stammered, Little. Bang. The demon had only stuttered for a moment before it exploded on the spot, and the pieces of flesh splashed all over the surrounding demons, scaring them even more. Baiyu looked at another demon next to the one that exploded and said, "You tell me." With the warning of the unlucky person in front of him, the demon did not dare to stutter and quickly said, "We sensed an extremely pure and powerful spiritual source in this complex. It would be extremely beneficial to our cultivation, and we all wanted to get a share." After saying all of that in one breath, the demon finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it was alive. However, the demon had just relaxed when it vaguely saw a pair of eyes even darker than the abyss staring at its soul. In the next moment, the demon saw its soul twisting like a rope. Finally, in endless despair, it watched its soul being torn apart from the reflection in those dark eyes. Bang! Another demon exploded, completely shattering the mental defenses of the other demons present. Run, run. Otherwise, we'll all die. No one dared to stay under the gaze of Baiyu, the god of death, and they all scattered like birds and beasts, running away. However, Baiyu did not intend to let these demons who had frightened Zhang Zixuan go. He just clenched his hand in the void, and all the fleeing demons exploded in an instant. Zhang Zixuan's home was instantly cleaned up. Hee. I thought I was the only great demon in this complex. I didn't expect another interesting guy to break in. After Baiyu had cleared away the monsters, a sinister laughter came from behind. Baiyu turned around and saw a man wearing a suit, his hands covered in blood, and his skin pale, walking out of another building, smiling at Baiyu. "Brother, I see that you are quite strong, and your cultivation must have not been easy. I won't hold it against you for killing all of my food. You should just get out of the complex now, and I'll spare your life. How about that?" The suited man smiled at Baiyu, his narrow eyes sizing him up, full of mockery, as if he did not take Baiyu seriously. It had been a long time since Baiyu had become a seven-pillar, and he had not heard such ignorant and arrogant words. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes, and he smiled at the suited man, asking, "Are you talking to me?" "Of course." The suited man took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the blood from his hands while saying, "This is already my territory. According to the rules, I should have taken your life for going on a killing spree in my territory. So, you should be grateful for my mercy and leave as soon as possible." Baiyu chuckled. "What if I don't?" Such a foolish answer. The suited man shook his head, and the blood-stained handkerchief was burned into ashes by white flames. "It seems that your cultivation has destroyed your brain. Since you don't plan to cherish your life, then I will reluctantly accept it." The suited man licked his lips, and the gaze he directed at Baiyu turned into a bloodthirsty scarlet. "I really want to know just how delicious you are beneath that mask." As soon as he finished speaking, the suited man turned into a phantom and attacked Baiyu at supersonic speed. "Kneel." Before the suited man even reached Baiyu, Baiyu's single word, "kneel," penetrated the eardrums of the suited man and struck his soul. Bang! The suited man felt dizzy, as if an unimaginable weight was pressing down on his shoulders. His legs naturally bent, and he knelt directly in front of Baiyu. "This?" The suited man was shocked and looked at Baiyu in disbelief, unable to understand what had just happened. "I knelt? How is that possible?" The veins on the suited man's forehead bulged. He frantically channeled the spiritual energy in his body, trying to stand up again. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. "What exactly did you do to me?" The suited man did not believe the facts and glared at Baiyu with a ferocious expression. "Do you know who I am?" "I have no interest in who you are." Baiyu calmly looked at the suited man and reached out to grab the suited man's head. "In your next life, eat more brains." Bang! Bayu's fingers tightened, and the suited man's head exploded with a boom. His headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, devoid of life. Seeing that Bayu had killed the suited man so easily, the other demons in the complex all showed fear. They quickly drew their curtains and left their rooms, trying to escape from this terrifying complex. However, Bayu's divine soul had already enveloped the entire complex. All the demons were targeted by Bayu. Although I do not intend to punish you for the evil acts you have committed, today you offended my eyes, and you must pay the price. So, all of you shall die. Bayu's cold voice echoed in the ears of every demon in the complex. All the demons' souls began to twist, and then they shattered in pain, finally dispersing completely. In an instant, all the demons and ghosts in the entire complex were cleared away. Chapter 225. One wave not yet settled, another rises. With the demons and monsters in the residential complex cleared by Bayu, the entire complex became deserted and eerily silent. Only the lingering smell of blood in the air hinted at what had previously happened here. After dealing with those demons, Bayu glanced back at Zhang Zixuan, who was still unconscious on the ground, and sighed softly. What about facing difficulties with a smile? It seems that this girl won't be waking up anytime soon. Helpless, Bayu could only pick up Zhang Zixuan, take her mother's urn, and walk into the building. Although Zhang Zixuan hadn't given him her apartment number, there was an extremely concentrated source of spiritual energy in this building. Bayu didn't need to think twice to guess that the location of that spiritual source was Zhang Zixuan's home. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Bayu held Zhang Zixuan in his arms and arrived at room 402. The source of spiritual energy is in room 402, but it seems that this girl's grandmother isn't home. Bayu didn't sense anyone present inside. He then used his spiritual energy to conjure up a key, easily opening the door and walking inside. The apartment was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Although the decorations were simple, the overall feeling was warm. After Bayu entered, his gaze fell upon a family photo in the living room. It was a picture of Zhang Zixuan with her mother and grandmother, and the energy that surged from the spiritual source was right on that family photo. Bayu set down the urn, gently placed Zhang Zixuan on the sofa, walked towards the family photo, flipped the frame over, and found a nail-sized piece of ancient jade embedded on the back. The spiritual source that had been attracting all the demons was now using its energy to constantly nourish this piece of ancient jade. The barrier that was sealing the spiritual source must have shattered, which caused the spiritual energy to leak out. That's why it attracted so many demons. However, this kind of barrier for sealing a spiritual source isn't complicated, and it can also draw energy from the spiritual source to sustain itself. How could it have broken for no reason? Bayu inspected the broken barrier and found nothing unusual. He then sealed the source of spiritual energy again, took the piece of ancient jade from behind the photo frame, and carefully examined it. The shape of this ancient jade matches the necklace in the urn perfectly. Bayu recalled the jade on the necklace in the urn, directly put his hand into the void, took the necklace out of the urn, and pieced it together with the ancient jade behind the photo frame. A strange energy fluctuation came from the necklace. I haven't seen this kind of energy in other universes in the primordial chaos before. It seems to be unique to Blue Star. Bayu memorized the characteristics of this energy, then disassembled the joined necklace and placed the pieces back in their respective positions. After a short while, Zhang Zixuan gradually woke up. When she opened her eyes, she found that she was already lying on the sofa in her house. How did I get back? Was I just having a dream? Zhang Zixuan's eyes were filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. Her memories were still stuck at the moment when the heads of her familiar neighbors had fallen off their shoulders. However, Zhang Zixuan quickly thought of something, abruptly sat up, looked around, and only after seeing her mother's urn did she breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's still here. Zhang Zixuan patted her chest and then noticed Bayu in the living room. She couldn't help but ask, "You brought me back?" Bayu nodded slightly, "But I didn't see your grandmother when I came in." Zhang Zixuan did not delve into how Bayu had entered the house. She guessed she should have gone out to buy groceries at this time. Do you really think your grandmother went to buy groceries? Bai asked. What do you mean? Zhang Zixuan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but ask. I don't want to hide it from you. This entire complex has basically been massacred by demons. The group that was guarding your building earlier was also made of demons. Bai said. You're saying I wasn't just having a dream? Zhang Zixuan looked at Bai blankly and asked in a trembling voice, her tone becoming tearful. If the whole complex had been massacred by demons, then her grandmother would be. Zhang Zixuan didn't dare to think further, but tears streamed down her cheeks. She had just sent off one of her closest relatives and was about to lose another one. This huge blow was almost too much for even the optimistic Zhang Zixuan to bear. I understand your grief, but given the current situation, it's not appropriate for you to be crying. Bai's tone remained calm. When I entered the house, there were no signs of a struggle. This indicates that it's possible that your grandmother is still alive. My grandmother might still be alive? Zhang Zixuan wiped away her tears and asked Bai, her eyes regaining a glimmer of hope. I'm just saying that it's possible. I can't guarantee it. Bai did not make any definite statements. If your grandmother is still alive, where do you think she is most likely to be? She usually stays at home all the time, and she doesn't have many friends. Where could she go? Zhang Zixuan frowned, deep in thought. That's right. There's one other place she could go. Where? Bai asked. The western suburbs cemetery. My grandfather's tomb is there, and my grandmother goes to the western suburbs cemetery several times a year on her own. Also, my grandmother was planning to bury my mother there. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan also became excited. She picked up the urn, wanting to head out. However, she quickly seemed to have thought of something. She walked into the living room, picked up the photo frame with the ancient jade embedded in it, and said to Bai, Mr. Bai, could you trouble you to take me to the western suburbs cemetery? She had encountered a monster attack on the road, and now the entire complex seemed to have been massacred by demons. She didn't dare to go out on her own. Bai also wanted to find Zhang Zixuan's grandmother and ask about the origins of the necklace and the ancient jade. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Thank you, Mr. Bai. I owe you another huge favor. Zhang Zixuan bowed respectfully to Bai and then pushed open the door. However, when Zhang Zixuan walked out of the complex, she found a large group of people standing outside. The people were dressed differently, but every single one of them had pale skin and eyes without pupils. Only the whites of their eyes were visible. Seeing a group of ghost-like people standing outside the complex, Zhang Zixuan was greatly startled. She retreated continuously and accidentally bumped into Bai. I'm sorry. Zhang Zixuan hurriedly turned around and apologized to Bai. However, the tears of fright in her eyes were about to spill over. The series of terrifying events that had happened in succession were constantly assaulting Zhang Zixuan's mind. It's okay. I'm here. Bai said softly to comfort her. He stood in front of Zhang Zixuan and scanned the group of people standing still in front of him. Finally, he focused his gaze on one of them with an ordinary appearance and said indifferently, Are you going to come out yourself, or do I have to drag you out? Chapter 226, The Church of Light. Hee. I didn't expect there to be such an interesting person in this complex. As soon as Bai finished speaking, a sharp laughter came from the belly of the person with an ordinary appearance. Talking from the stomach? Ventriloquism? Zhang Zixuan, who was behind Bai, saw that the person made a sound without opening his mouth. She was surprised, but before she had time to be curious, she saw the person suddenly open his mouth, and a hairless rat with a human face, the size of a palm, crawled out of his mouth. Zhang Zixuan saw a rat with a human face crawl out of a person's mouth and couldn't help but cover her mouth, feeling nauseous. After crawling out of the mouth, the human-faced rat climbed up the person's face towards the top of the head. A pair of red eyes stared directly at Bai and Zhang Zixuan and said, Hand over the spiritual source and the sacred box, and I can spare your lives. Bai raised an eyebrow slightly and said, Everyone seems to want this sacred box, but to me, it's just an ordinary urn. Ignorant fool. The human-faced rat sneered. How could a box containing the saintess's holy remains be an ordinary urn? Your mother was a saintess? Bai couldn't help but look at Zhang Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan was also confused at this time and shook her head. I don't know what's going on. It seems your family is hiding quite a few secrets. Bai smiled at Zhang Zishuan and didn't press her for an answer. He then looked back at the human-faced rat and asked, I really want to know. What is the organization behind you? It's quite strange. A dead man does not need to know too many secrets. My patience with you is already exhausted. The human-faced rat laughed coldly. Its claws dug into the person's head, and scarlet blood flowed from the person's head. The other pale-skinned people around them became restless and slowly approached Bai and Zhang Zishuan. Since you are not willing to hand over the spiritual source and the sacred box, then I have no choice but to kill you first and then take the sacred box. Kill them. With the human-faced rat shrieking, the people who had been slowly approaching Bai and Zhang Zishuan lowered their limbs and began to crawl towards them quickly like the deformed titans. Be careful. Seeing a group of people crawling over like monsters, Zhang Zishuan could not help but gasp and reminded Bai. But Bai just stood there without moving. Are you scared witless? The human-faced rat, whose claws had pierced through the person's head, looked at Bai mockingly. It thought that Bai had been frightened by its methods and had forgotten to resist. Suppress? At this moment, Bai softly uttered a word, and the people who were like the titans were suppressed by an unknown power. They were all suppressed on the ground, unable to move. What is going on? The human-faced rat stood up. It looked at the people lying motionless on the ground in disbelief. It couldn't figure out what was going on. It thought that its method had failed and frantically began to order its people to attack. However, no matter how the human-faced rat called out, the people just lay there, unmoving. What kind of sorcery is this? What have you done to my puppets? The human-faced rat gradually realized that it was not its fault and immediately glared at Bai, asking sternly, There is no need for a dying beast to know so much. Bai echoed the human-faced rat's words, raised his hand, and pulled. The human-faced rat suddenly felt a pulling force that it could not resist. Before it could react, the human-faced rat was pulled from the person's head and was now pinched by Bai in his hand. Oh, let me go. Do you know who I am? Being caught by Bai's hand, fear finally appeared on the human-faced rat's face. It struggled continuously and opened its mouth to bite Bai's thumb, only to shatter its teeth, and Bai's thumb didn't even leave a white mark. It doesn't matter who you are. Since you came looking for death, you must be prepared to die. Bai did not want to talk too much with this disgusting creature. He slightly squeezed the human-faced rat's body, crushing its internal organs. At the same time, Bai's divine soul began to invade the human-faced rat's head and read its memories. Church of Light. Puppet Holy Rat? After searching the human-faced rat's memories, Bai had a clear understanding of the human-faced rat and the organization behind it. The Church of Light was a hidden secret cult that worshipped the god of light and fire. They firmly believed that the end of the world was coming, and only the god of light and fire could give redemption to the world. And Zhang Zishuan's mother, Zhang Zi, was the saintess of this Church of Light, the person chosen by the god of light and fire. However, although Zhang Zi was the saintess of the Church of Light, Bai found from the human-faced rat's memories that Zhang Zi had no power in the Church of Light. On the contrary, she was more like a coerced sacrifice. And the reason why the followers of the Church of Light were chasing Zhang Zishuan was because Zhang Zi had defected from the Church of Light and took away a sacred object. Whether it was the suited man in the complex earlier, or this rat, they were all members of the Church of Light. What surprised Bai even more was that the Church of Light saintess, Zhang Zi, had no children. Zhang Zishuan was adopted. Let me go. Otherwise, I will make you pay a terrible price. The human-faced rat was still struggling frantically, cursing at Bai and constantly threatening him. You no longer have any value in living. After obtaining the human-faced rat's memories, Bai seemed to think that killing it would dirty his hand. He directly threw the human-faced rat onto the ground, and the human-faced rat thought that its threats had worked. While moving away from Bai and Zhang Zishuan, it roared, You two heretics, remember this. I will never let you. Splat! Before the human-faced rat could run to its puppet, The puppet that it was supposed to be controlling suddenly raised its foot and crushed it into a meat paste with one foot, splattering blood everywhere. The human-faced rat's screams stopped abruptly, and the entrance of the complex immediately became silent. As the human-faced rat was stomped to death, the puppets that it controlled began to emit black oil. Soon, they all turned into a puddle of black water, giving off a foul smell. What were those things? Zhang Zixuan looked at the puppets who had suddenly turned into black water and couldn't help but cover her nose, asking with a frown. Just some ordinary puppets that the rat created. Baiyu did not tell her the fact that these puppets were made from living people by the human-faced rat. He casually brushed it off. Zhang Zixuan recalled everything that had happened before, pursed her lips again, and asked Baiyu anxiously, "Mr. Bai, we just left the complex and we already encountered so many monsters. Will the road to the western suburbs cemetery be?" "Don't worry, I'm here." Baiyu snapped his fingers, and the karmic fire ignited around them, burning the human-faced rat's body and the black water completely. "Along the way, no matter how many demons and monsters there are, I will clear them all away." Chapter 227, West Suburb Cemetery. After clearing out the holy rodent puppets of the light cult, perhaps because the light cult had realized that Baiyu was a tough opponent, no one else came to harass Zhang Zixuan. Baiyu and Zhang Zixuan proceeded without hindrance, smoothly arriving at the West Suburb Cemetery. "Phew, looks like there's no danger," Zhang Zixuan said, a sigh of relief escaping her as she clutched her mother's urn. She then turned to Baiyu. "Mr. Bai, my mother was originally meant to be buried in the West Suburb Cemetery as well. Now that we're here, should we notify the cemetery manager first?" Baiyu nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll be with you. You just do what you need to." "Thank you, Mr. Bai." Zhang Zixuan bowed to Baiyu again before walking towards the cemetery manager's house. Zhang Zixuan had visited the West Suburb Cemetery many times with her grandmother, and she was very familiar with the staff. She even came here on weekends to help out sometimes. Soon, Zhang Zixuan arrived at the manager's house. She could see figures moving inside through the windows and assumed the cemetery staff were all inside. Just as she was about to knock, Baiyu stopped her. "Mr. Bai?" Zhang Zixuan was taken aback, looking at Baiyu in confusion. "Don't go, it's dangerous," Baiyu said simply, pulling Zhang Zixuan behind him and stepping forward to push open the door. Hiss. The moment Baiyu's hand touched the door, it instantly softened. A large number of black tentacles sprouted from the door, wrapping around Baiyu's body. "Mr. Bai." Seeing this, Zhang Zixuan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "It's nothing," Baiyu responded calmly. He pushed the door open without any hesitation, and a large amount of black, oily liquid flowed out from inside, attempting to engulf him. Child's play. Baiyu's eyes, hidden behind his mask, turned slightly cold. He released a small amount of spiritual power, shattering the black tentacles and the oily liquid pouring from the room. Shoo! A burst of karmic fire swept through the room, instantly cleaning the space of the black oil. After dealing with these low-level traps, Baiyu stepped into the room and found several corpses lying inside. They appeared to be the cemetery staff. This light cult has gone insane. They're slaughtering civilians without restraint. It seems there's no human organization maintaining order in this city. "It's a miracle this society still functions," he muttered. Since arriving in this city, Baiyu had witnessed demons killing thousands of ordinary people. The demons acted with such impunity that it was clear they were used to slaughter. This world is all messed up. It might be because of that calamity that wiped out the Watchers. "Mr. Bai, what happened inside?" "Oh my God." At that moment, Zhang Zixuan, still holding the urn, stepped into the room. She froze, completely stunned, when she saw the bodies on the floor. How could this be? Her body trembled slightly, unable to comprehend the situation. Ever since she retrieved her mother's ashes, everything had gone wrong. All of this was beyond her comprehension. "The deceased are gone. Let's send them to the cycle of reincarnation," Baiyu said, offering comfort to Zhang Zixuan. He chanted a soul-soothing spell for the staff, sending their souls toward reincarnation before using karmic fire to cremate their bodies. "Thank you, Mr. Bai, for what you did for them." After hearing the soul-soothing spell, Zhang Zishuan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and thanked Baiyu. You know what I did? Baiyu looked at Zhang Zishuan in surprise. Zhang Zishuan was just an ordinary girl. She shouldn't be able to sense the presence of souls. Zhang Zishuan nodded slightly. Although I don't know exactly what Mr. Bai did, I can sense that the sadness and fear in this room have dissipated. It must have been your song that worked, right? Baiyu took a deep look at Zhang Zishuan before explaining, the soul-soothing spell I just chanted has the effect of calming souls and sending them toward reincarnation. Is there really reincarnation in this world? Zhang Zishuan asked, her eyes filled with hope. Of course there is, Baiyu replied with a smile. If you believe, then it exists. In reality, there was no reincarnation system on this blue planet. The reason Baiyu sang the soul-soothing spell was to send these souls to other planets within the Three Pure Ones universe that possessed a cycle of reincarnation, so they could be reborn there. On this blue planet, the souls of the deceased would either drift through the world or fade away with time, or be absorbed by the blue planet, merging with the world. Baiyu knew what Zhang Zishuan was hoping for, so he did not tell her the truth, offering her an ambiguous answer. Knowing that there was reincarnation, Zhang Zishuan's mood improved significantly. She clutched the urn and said to Baiyu, Mr. Bai, since there aren't any staff here, let's go to my grandfather's grave first and then find a burial plot for my mother. I suggest you don't get your hopes up too high after we go to your grandfather's grave, Baiyu suddenly said, throwing cold water on her enthusiasm. Zhang Zishuan was taken aback. Why? Those monsters have found their way into the cemetery, and even the staff have fallen victim. The chances of your grandmother still being in the West Suburb Cemetery are close to zero. Actually, it wasn't nearly zero. Zhang Zishuan's grandmother wasn't in the cemetery at all. After discovering the trap set by the light cult, Baiyu used his divine sense to scan the entire cemetery. Aside from the two of them, there were no other living beings. But what was interesting was, Baiyu discovered that one tomb was empty, containing a secret passage leading to an unknown location. After hearing Baiyu's words, Zhang Zishuan also realized the situation. Her already surging emotions plummeted again. So, grandmother is? Don't be so quick to make conclusions, Baiyu interrupted her. The fact that the light cult found this place is, in a sense, a good thing. We can confirm that your grandmother is still alive. The light cult was targeting the saintess Xianxia. Now that Xianxia was dead, her mother and daughter would likely be targeted as well. If the monsters in the residential area were targeting Zhang Zishuan, then the monsters in the West Suburb Cemetery were most likely after her grandmother. Zhang Zishuan was quite intelligent herself. After Baiyu's reminder, she understood the key point and regained her spirits. Mr. Bai, you're right. Now is not the time to give up. Let's go see my grandfather first. With that, Zhang Zishuan pushed open the door and walked towards her grandfather's tomb. And what Baiyu found interesting was that Zhang Zishuan's grandfather's tomb was the empty tomb with a secret passage he had discovered earlier with his divine sense. The tomb didn't contain her grandfather, only a secret passage. Chapter 228, Sewage Fortress. Grandpa, Zishuan has come to see you. Although Zhang Zishuan hadn't found her grandmother in the cemetery, she still prepared to clean up her grandfather's grave now that she was there. Baiyu stood to one side, watching Zhang Zishuan as she earnestly performed her respects. He suddenly asked, Have you ever met your grandfather? No, I haven't. Zhang Zishuan shook her head. As far as I can remember, I've always lived with my mother and grandmother. Grandfather had already passed away by then. I used to come to sweep his grave with grandmother and mother. Over time, I got used to it. Hearing Zhang Zishuan's answer, Baiyu was certain that Zhang Zishuan's grandfather never existed. Furthermore, Baiyu even suspected that Zhang Zishuan's grandmother was not blood-related to her mother. Baiyu did not interrupt Zhang Zishuan's respects to her non-existent grandfather. He walked over to the tombstone, found a hidden latch, and pressed it. Click. A crisp sound echoed from the tombstone. Mr. Bai. After completing her respects to her grandfather, Zhang Zishuan heard the sound from the tombstone and looked at Baiyu in confusion, unsure of what he had done. Baiyu knew that Zhang Zishuan would have to face the truth sooner or later. He decided not to hide anything for now and explained, I discovered that your grandfather's tomb is empty. There's also a secret passage inside. My grandfather's tomb is empty? And there's a secret passage inside? Zhang Zixuan was once again baffled. She thought after seeing so many strange things and enduring so much grief, she could face life with equanimity, and no matter how strange things got, it wouldn't faze her anymore. But now Bai Yu's words had once again shattered her psychological limits and refreshed her worldview. Seeing Zhang Zixuan's current state, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel some pity for her. He sighed softly and then pushed the tombstone to the side. See for yourself. As the tombstone was pushed away, a secret passage appeared before Zhang Zixuan, completely collapsing her worldview. She couldn't accept that the grandfather she had visited for all these years never existed. This? Zhang Zixuan stared at the secret passage, her mouth opening and closing without uttering a single word. Finally, she could only turn to Bai Yu, pleading, Where does this lead? I haven't checked yet. We'll only know after we go in. Do you want to take a look? Bai Yu asked Zhang Zixuan with a smile. For some unknown reason, Bai Yu found himself to be exceptionally patient and fond of the young girl in front of him. Go in and take a look. Zhang Zixuan clutched her mother's urn, looking at the dark passage ahead, feeling as though it was a vicious beast, ready to swallow her soul. However, despite her fear, Zhang Zixuan wanted to know where this passage led, and if her grandmother would be there. Zhang Zixuan pursed her lips and mustered the courage to nod. Yes, let's go take a look. Okay, you follow behind me. I'll clear the way. Seeing that Zhang Zixuan had agreed, Bai Yu didn't waste any time, taking the lead and entering the secret passage. Zhang Zixuan followed closely behind. The secret passage was longer than Bai Yu had imagined. After entering, they walked down at least 100 meters, but there was still no sign of the passage ending. Why is there such a long secret passage under the West Suburb Cemetery? Where does this lead? Zhang Zixuan clutched her mother's urn tightly, following closely behind Bai Yu, using her mobile phone's flashlight for illumination. Be careful, the headquarters of the light cult should be ahead, Bai Yu warned Zhang Zixuan. After entering the passage, he used his divine sense to scan ahead. The entire secret passage was over 300 meters long and led to a massive underground pit. All of South Xuan City's sewer pipes connected to this massive pit. The city's sewage was not discharged into the city's wastewater treatment center, but instead formed a series of foul-smelling waterfalls in this pit before flowing into the pit itself. In the middle of this massive pit stood an ancient castle. The sewage flowed around the castle, like a moat. An ancient castle in an underground pit with sewage as its moat was a truly remarkable sight in a modern city. As they approached the end of the passage, the stench of sewage had permeated the passage. Zhang Zixuan frowned, instinctively holding her breath. Noticing Zhang Zixuan's discomfort, Bai Yu used his spiritual power to conjure a mask for her, saying, Put this on. It can purify the air for you and block out the odor. Zhang Zixuan looked at the silver mask that Bai Yu handed her, momentarily stunned. Then she reacted, placed the phone on top of the urn, and took the mask. Thank you. Zhang Zixuan put on the mask and felt it perfectly mold to her skin. It felt cool and comfortable. Her breathing and sight were not obstructed at all. Instead, they felt clearer and sharper. The annoying stench disappeared the moment she put on the mask. Such a magical mask. Mr. Bai, are you always wearing a mask to purify the air? Zhang Zixuan asked Bai Yu, amazed by the mask's properties. No, it's just a work requirement, Bai Yu responded faintly. The brain had decreed that each of the 7 pillars had to maintain the secrecy of their identity and not show their true face to the people of the primordial chaos. Actually, Bai Yu did not really care about the 7 pillars rule. However, wearing the mask helped him close off his heart, preventing others from seeing his emotional fluctuations, and also helped him reduce a lot of trouble from within the Watchers. Over time, he got used to wearing a mask and stopped taking it off. Perhaps even Bai Yu himself had almost forgotten whether he was the immortal venerable Luo Yun Bai Yu, or the 7 pillars Mr. Bai. A work requirement, Zhang Zixuan muttered. Your job is certainly strange. Maybe, Bai Yu replied faintly, not refuting Zhang Zishuan. He then stopped discussing his identity and walked out of the secret passage. Their vision suddenly widened, revealing a castle surrounded by sewage. There's a castle underground? Zhang Zishuan stared at the underground castle in astonishment, her mind reeling again. She was starting to wonder just how much more mental shock she could take. The city's sewage flowed down the sewer pipes surrounding the castle, making it exude a foul odor that was unbearable for normal people. If Zhang Zishuan hadn't put on the mask, she might have fainted from the disgusting smell. At this time, on the castle's plaza, a group of people in black robes were orderly entering the castle. Zhang Zishuan looked at the black-robed people, and her eyes suddenly focused on an old woman in the crowd. Her pupils contracted, and she cried out in shock, "Grandmother?" Chapter 229. Grandmother. That's your grandmother? Bai Yu followed Zhang Zishuan's gaze, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I'm sure of it. Although she's wearing makeup and covering half her face, I recognize her. It's definitely her. Zhang Zishuan stared intently at the old woman in the sewage fortress, her eyes filled with confusion. Grandmother. How could she be in a place like this? Don't worry, there might be some kind of misunderstanding, Bai Yu said, offering comfort to Zhang Zishuan. He then quickly scanned the black-robed figures in the sewage fortress, finally settling his gaze on two black-robed figures in a corner, unnoticed by others. Bai Yu twisted space and time. Before the two black-robed figures could react, they were teleported in front of Bai Yu and Zhang Zishuan. You! The two black-robed figures had barely managed to utter a sound before they were directly reduced to ashes by Bai Yu's power, leaving behind only two sets of robes. Go put on this robe. We'll blend into the crowd later, Bai Yu said. He put on a black robe himself and gave one to Zhang Zishuan. Will it work? Zhang Zishuan hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Bai Yu instantly destroying two black-robed figures. She instinctively took the robe and asked, Don't worry. Just follow me later and don't say anything. No matter what happens, I'll handle it, Bai Yu reassured her. Okay. Having gone through so much with Bai Yu, Zhang Zishuan had gradually come to trust his strength. She didn't hesitate for long. She returned to the secret passage and changed into the black robe. Soon, Zhang Zishuan, dressed in the black robe, came out, clutching her mother's urn. Bai Yu looked at the urn in Zhang Zishuan's arms. If you trust me, you can let me keep your mother's urn for now. Later when we get inside, you carrying this box will draw attention. Zhang Zishuan glanced at the urn, considered it carefully for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I trust you, Mr. Bai. Without further hesitation, Zhang Zishuan handed the urn and the photo frame with the jade to Bai Yu. She then asked curiously, How are you going to hide them? I have a small world inside my body where I can store people or things, Bai Yu patiently explained to Zhang Zishuan. He then stored the urn and photo frame into his small world. They all disappeared. Seeing Bai Yu store the urn and photo frame inside his body, Zhang Zishuan exclaimed, What a magical ability! It's nothing much. Let's go blend in. Bai Yu briefly explained a few precautions to Zhang Zishuan, then twisted space and teleported both of them into the sewage fortress. Throughout the entire process, no black-robed figures noticed that two of them had been replaced. Zhang Zishuan was incredibly shocked by the endless stream of miraculous abilities that Bai Yu displayed. However, now that she was inside enemy territory, she became nervous and didn't dare speak. She only hid behind Bai Yu, occasionally glancing toward her grandmother's direction. Bai Yu, on the other hand, was calm and collected among the crowd, as if he were truly one of them. He walked directly towards Zhang Zishuan's grandmother. Mr. Bai. Zhang Zishuan quickly followed Bai Yu, asking in a low voice, Won't we be exposed if we move like this? No need to worry too much. I read the memories of those two black-robed figures earlier. This is the Light Cult's headquarters, and the people in the square are all cultists. They are all first-timers here and don't know each other. Bai Yu explained to Zhang Zishuan, Just relax a little. Being too nervous will actually reveal our flaws. Mr. Bai, you completed a soul search in such a short amount of time just now? Zhang Zishuan was in disbelief, feeling that Bai Yu was even more powerful and mysterious than she had thought. It's not something to brag about, Bai Yu replied softly, taking Zhang Zixuan to her grandmother. At that moment, her grandmother was constantly moving a string of prayer beads, muttering some obscure and incomprehensible incantations. She looked rather strange. Grandmother? Looking at her grandmother's current appearance, Zhang Zixuan was about to speak when Bai Yu stopped her. Let me handle this. Bai Yu signaled for Zhang Zixuan to remain calm, then said to her grandmother, May I bother you for a moment? Suddenly hearing Bai Yu's words, her grandmother was startled, her muscles visibly tensing up. She looked at Bai Yu and Zhang Zixuan, who were both wearing masks, and asked, You? What do you need? Bai Yu smiled. It's like this, we've only just joined the light cult, and this is our first time here to see the light fire god. We're a bit nervous, so we wanted to ask you about some precautions. Just joined the light cult? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, her grandmother carefully scrutinized Bai Yu and Zhang Zixuan, then pulled Bai Yu and Zhang Zixuan closer. Come with me. Her grandmother led Bai Yu and Zhang Zixuan to a secluded corner. After confirming that no one was paying attention to them, she whispered to Bai Yu and Zhang Zixuan, I see that you still have spiritual energy in your eyes, and you haven't been corrupted by the light cult, so let me give you some good advice. Leave this place of trouble as soon as you can, and don't get involved with this evil light cult. Evil cult? Bai Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. If this is an evil cult, why are you here, madam? I have my own business to take care of. Her grandmother didn't explicitly state her purpose. You still have a chance to leave. I dug a secret passage nearby that can take you away. Grandmother, is the secret passage you're talking about the one under grandfather's tomb? Zhang Zixuan couldn't hold back anymore and asked her grandmother. Zixuan? Her grandmother looked at Zhang Zixuan, who was wearing a mask, in shock. How did you get here? Mr. Bai brought me here. Zhang Zixuan stared at her grandmother, lowering her voice. And you? Why are you here? This is absurd. Upon recognizing Zhang Zixuan, her grandmother was instantly enraged. How could you come to a place like this? Leave now. I can't leave. Zhang Zixuan firmly refused her grandmother. Grandmother, it's also become very dangerous outside. The people in our neighborhood, as well as the West Suburb Cemetery, were all killed by the light cult. If Mr. Bai hadn't helped me, I would have died long ago. You. Her grandmother opened her mouth to speak, but finally sighed heavily. It's because your grandmother is incapable. I'm sorry for not being able to save your mother, and for putting you in danger. Grandmother, don't say that. Can you tell us what's going on? Her grandmother glanced at Bai Yu, then sighed again. Since it's come to this, there's no point in hiding it. Chapter 230. Let them live a few more minutes. Child, actually, your mother was the saintess of the light cult. And I'm not the saintess's real mother, but rather the saintess's servant. My real name is Hua Pu. Years ago, the saintess and I defected from the light cult. We went into hiding all across Daxia, changing our identities many times, and it was during our escape that we picked you up. Picked me up? Zhang Zixuan stared blankly at Hua Pu, the sheer amount of information overloading her mind. Bai Yu, on the other hand, had long guessed these things and remained calm and expressionless. Hua Pu continued, Yes, you were adopted by the saintess. The saintess was also very pitiful. She never had a normal life from childhood. After she picked you up, we hid in South Xuan City, pretending to be a normal single-parent family, living ordinary lives. Unfortunately, the good days were short-lived. The light cult eventually found us. The saintess fought the light cult's henchmen to protect us, and ultimately sacrificed herself. So, you're saying? Zhang Zixuan's eyes turned red. Mother's death wasn't an accident? Yes, she was killed by the light cult's henchmen. Hua Pu sighed heavily. By the time I arrived, the saintess had already stopped breathing. After the saintess died, I knew that the light cult wouldn't let us off so easily. And with the light cult's power, there's nowhere in this world for us to escape. So, you decided to take a gamble, infiltrate the light cult, and prepare to die with them? Bai Yu continued Hua Pu's words. Yes, Hua Pu did not deny Bai Yu's guess. Today, the light cult's leader will hold a holy fire ritual here. I was planning to launch a surprise attack on the leader during the ritual and assassinate him. As long as the leader is killed, the light cult will collapse on its own, and Zixuan will be safe. Grandmother? Zhang Zixuan looked at Hua Pu with red eyes, never imagining that her grandmother would risk her own life to fight the light cult in order to save her. But Baiyu said to Hua Pu at this time, "Your idea is indeed touching, but your actions are incredibly foolish." Mr. Bai? Zhang Zixuan looked at Baiyu, never expecting Baiyu to say such a thing. Baiyu continued to Hua Pu, "Although you have some strength, there's too much of a difference between you and the light cult. You're basically a moth drawn to a flame if you come here to assassinate them alone. If it weren't for my appearance, not only you, but Zhang Zixuan would have already died at the hands of the light cult's henchmen." Hua Pu also knew the truth of what Baiyu had said and said bitterly, "I was also forced into this position. The light cult's power is too strong. It's impossible for me to fight them alone. If I didn't come here, Zixuan and I would both die." Grandmother? Zhang Zixuan looked at Hua Pu with heartache. She had never imagined that behind her ordinary life, her mother and grandmother had been carrying such heavy burdens. Heartache, guilt, and hatred for the light cult. A flood of complicated emotions washed over her. Thinking about these things, Zhang Zixuan's eyes became firm. She looked at Baiyu, respectfully saying, "Mr. Bai, please help me this once and destroy the light cult. In the future, no matter what you ask me to do, I'll do it without hesitation. You don't have to pay such a big price." Baiyu smiled at Zhang Zixuan. "I'm also quite interested in this light cult. Even if you didn't ask, I would still take action against them." Hua Pu looked at Baiyu, whispering, "Mr. Bai, the light cult is powerful, and their leader's strength is unfathomable. Do you have some great force behind you?" "I do have a force, but they can't come here. It's just me alone today," Baiyu said, telling the truth. "Just you alone?" Hua Pu's eyes flashed with hesitation. Then she said, "Mr. Bai, you shouldn't get mixed up in this mess. I've also been hiding some trump cards all these years. Just let me go assassinate the leader." "Grandmother, Mr. Bai is very strong." Zhang Zixuan quickly called out to Hua Pu, "Just leave the light cult to Mr. Bai." Along the way, Zhang Zixuan had witnessed countless of Baiyu's abilities. Although she knew nothing about the cultivation world, so far, all the light cult's henchmen had been as weak as chickens in front of Baiyu. Based on this alone, she was certain that Baiyu's strength was extraordinary. What's more, she had a special feeling in her heart. She always felt that as long as she stayed by Baiyu's side, all problems would be solved. "Child, you have no idea how terrifying the light cult is." Hua Pu didn't know Baiyu's real strength, nor could she understand Zhang Zixuan's confidence. Knowing that she couldn't dissuade Baiyu and Zhang Zixuan, she could only sigh heavily, secretly planning her own scheme. As long as she killed the leader, Baiyu should be able to escape with Zhang Zixuan amidst the chaos. Baiyu naturally saw that Hua Pu didn't completely trust him and was hiding many things, but he didn't plan to dig into it. The root of this problem was the light cult. As long as that so-called leader came out, no matter what mysteries there were, a soul search would solve everything. While Baiyu and the others were talking, a commotion suddenly erupted among the crowd in the sewage fortress. Baiyu looked over and saw several nuns in stunning outfits and impressive figures walking out of the castle. When the surrounding cultists saw the nuns appear, they knelt and kowtowed, showing extreme respect for the nuns. "Those are the leader's personal protectors. We should kneel first and not draw attention." When Hua Pu saw the nuns appear, she was about to pull Baiyu and Zhang Zixuan down to kneel. The leader hadn't appeared yet, so they couldn't become the target of public criticism. No need to kneel. Baiyu released a gentle breeze, lifting Hua Pu up. He then used spiritual power to conceal the figures of the three of them. "Mr. Bai, what kind of magic is this?" Seeing her body become illusory, Hua Pu looked at Baiyu in disbelief, her pupils dilating. "It's just a simple illusion technique," Baiyu replied. He then asked Hua Pu, "I used my divine sense to scan the entire castle, and I didn't find the light cult's leader. Are you sure he'll come here?" "He definitely will. The holy fire ritual is the most important ritual for the light cult. It concerns the purity of all believers' faith. The leader will never be absent. The nuns came to prepare for the holy fire ritual. I estimate the leader will arrive soon, Hua Pu said softly, her tone a bit nervous. Okay, it seems I need to be a bit more patient. Bai nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the nuns, muttering, "Let this light cult live a few more minutes." Chapter 231. The Leader. After the nuns walked onto the plaza, they stood in the center, forming a circle, each making a unique and strange hand seal. As the nuns began to form the seals, their originally fair and smooth skin instantly lost its luster, and their youthful faces seemed to have aged considerably. Those are the holy light seals. There are 6 different hand seal formations in total. 6 nuns are required to perform the seals before the ritual starts. Each time they do the seals, they have to sacrifice a certain amount of their lifespans, Hua Pu said, her voice grave as she watched the 6 nuns in the center of the plaza start forming the seals. Hand seals that consume lifespans? Zhang Zixuan was stunned. Do these hand seals have any particularly powerful effects? Hua Pu shook her head. Although the leader says that these are important steps in summoning the holy light god, in my opinion, these hand seals don't have any effect at all. They simply consume their own lifespans, extending the leader's lifespan instead. No, these hand seals do have a summoning function, Bai suddenly said. How can that be? Hua Pu was taken aback. I've been in the light cult for decades. I've seen countless nuns die from forming seals, but I've never seen any holy light god appear. This is just a scam fabricated by the leader. No, I can see it. The lives that those nuns are sacrificing are being absorbed by a creature in the void, and then that void creature is feeding a small portion of its life energy back to a person on Blue Star. That person should be the one you call the leader. It takes a lot of energy for the void creature to descend here. It's not something that can be done overnight. This light cult has been around for a few hundred years, hasn't it? A creature from the void? Hua Pu was shocked. Could it be that the holy light god really exists? Bai shook his head slightly. No, it's just an ordinary void beast, not worthy of being called a god. The void beast that descended from the void was indeed a dimensional strike on the creatures of Blue Star. With its strength, the void beast could swallow Blue Star in one gulp. However, the void beast was just a creature born in the 3 Pure Ones universe. It couldn't withstand the primordial chaos storms and was no match for the Watchers. In short, it wasn't Bai's target in this mission. If the strange signal that the Watchers detected is the void beast, then there's no point in investigating the light cult. It seems I need to change my investigation direction. Bai looked at the 6 nuns in the center of the plaza, beginning to contemplate his next course of action. Mr. Bai, the leader is here. Just as Bai was thinking of dealing with the light cult and starting his investigation again, Hua Pu's low exclamation caught Bai's attention. Bai looked towards the center of the plaza and saw that a teleportation array had appeared in the middle of the 6 nuns forming seals. A white beam of light shined from within it. The next moment, a golden-haired man in a red robe walked out of the teleportation array. Greetings to the leader. When the surrounding cultists saw the leader appear out of thin air, their eyes were filled with fanaticism. They bowed down to the leader, their emotions extremely agitated as if they were seeing a deity. After teleporting, the leader didn't say anything. He also formed a strange hand seal, his whole body radiating a red glow. Rumbling. The sewage fortress began to shake slightly as a platform slowly rose from under the leader's feet, lifting the leader and the 6 nuns forming seals. On the platform, there was a huge blood-red crucifix with a woman hanging from it, her aura weak. There was also a pile of firewood below the crucifix. Fellow believers of the Holy Light God, today we have gathered here for the Holy Fire Ritual to prepare for the descent of the Holy Light God. The Holy Light God will ultimately descend, and the world will be reborn in the flames. The leader stood on the platform, giving a grandiose speech to the cultists in a booming voice. The cultists below were also extremely fanatical, seemingly completely unaware of the person tied to the blood-red crucifix. After delivering a bizarre speech, the leader spread his arms wide, and white flames ignited in his palms, causing another round of cheers from the cultists below. The 6 nuns standing on the edge of the platform grew increasingly older. However, there was no pain or fear in their eyes, only endless excitement and anticipation. This light cult is harming people. Hua Pu, seeing the platform rise, touched the dagger she had hidden behind her, her eyes flashing fiercely. After gathering flames in his hands, the leader was about to ignite the fire and sacrifice the woman on the crucifix. Now's the time. When Hua Pu saw the leader turn around, she immediately took out a black dagger. Her body shot out like a cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, she stepped onto the platform and stabbed the leader in the back. Hua Pu was so fast that everyone present except for Bai Yu was unable to react. Thud. Hua Pu's dagger pierced into the leader's spine. Strange runes appeared on her hands, and her whole body emanated black smoke, which condensed into numerous thin black lines, wrapping around the leader's entire body. Leader. Grandmother. When Zhang Zixuan saw Hua Pu rush onto the platform, she panicked and cried out in alarm. Not only Zhang Zixuan, but the cultists throughout the plaza also panicked. No one had ever imagined that something like this would happen during the holy fire ritual. In an instant, many cultists drew their weapons, preparing to go up the platform and kill Hua Pu. Why you are? Hua Pu. The leader was tightly wrapped in black threads. He turned his head with difficulty, and when he saw who had attacked him, his pupils contracted slightly, and he said in shock, Leader, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Hua Pu said, gripping the hilt of the knife. Black runes began to appear on her face as well. I'm going to end everything here and avenge the saintess. You never expected that the holy fire blade in the cult would ultimately pierce into your body, did you? Hua Pu smiled, her hands holding the dagger already withered, and white bones could be vaguely seen. You damned traitor. I was so painstaking in nurturing you, the leader said through gritted teeth, his forehead veins bulging and his eyes filled with fear, as if he was afraid of death. However, just as Hua Pu thought she was going to die together with the leader, the corners of the leader's mouth curved into a strange arc, and the fear in his eyes turned into mockery. Hua Pu saw the change in the leader's expression. Upon seeing the leader's expression, a bad premonition suddenly surged in Hua Pu's heart. Hua Pu, from the moment the holy fire blade in the cult was stolen, I already sensed that something like this would happen today. Did you really think that I wouldn't prepare anything? You. Hua Pu's pupils suddenly contracted. Before she could react, the teleportation array below the leader flashed again. The next moment, Hua Pu saw that the black threads that were wrapped around the leader suddenly transferred to the woman on the blood-red crucifix, and the holy fire blade in her hand suddenly disappeared, appearing in the woman's chest. There wasn't even a trace of a knife wound on the leader's back. Hua Pu, you're too naive. The leader turned around, smiling as he looked at the terrified Hua Pu. With the help of the holy light god, I've lived for 300 years. I've seen all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. You are still too green. Thud. White flames ignited in the leader's palm again, and he said with a mocking smile, Let's sacrifice you to the holy light god along with this holy fire ritual. With that, the leader slapped his palm towards Hua Pu's chest. It's over. Seeing the leader's palm approach, a look of despair appeared in Hua Pu's eyes, and her heart was filled with endless regret. However, just as Hua Pu thought she was going to die, a masked man appeared in front of her without any warning and easily grabbed the leader's wrist. Who are you? The leader looked at the suddenly appearing Bai Yu. His pupils suddenly contracted. The one who will kill you, Bai Yu said calmly as he looked at the leader, squeezing his fingers slightly. Crack. Ah! The bones in the leader's arm were directly crushed by Bai Yu. Chapter 232. Mysterious Ritual. The leader's pig-like screams echoed through the sewage fortress. All the cultists in the plaza, including the 6 nuns on the platform, who were still forming seals, were completely stunned. Why you? Covered in sweat, the leader looked at his crushed arm bones. His whole face was completely distorted as he roared at Bai Yu. You're courting death. Shoo! The leader's entire body was engulfed in flames of changing color. He raised his other hand and slammed it towards Bai Yu. However, before the leader could touch Bai Yu grabbed his arm and tossed him away. Bang! The leader crashed into the sewage fortress like a cannonball, making a large hole in the wall. Mr. Bai. Hua Pu stared blankly at Bai Yu, who had casually thrown the leader away, her mind completely blank, forgetting to think. As a veteran member of the light cult, she had been in the light cult for decades and knew very well how powerful the leader was. The leader's 300 years of life were not wasted, but Bai Yu seemed to just throw away a piece of trash, his expression unchanged. He said to Hua Pu, "You go out with Zhang Zixuan. I'll take care of the light cult. No one will chase after you in the future." Grandmother, Mr. Bai. At this time, Zhang Zixuan also rushed up onto the platform, supporting Hua Pu and asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" "Grandmother is fine. Thanks to Mr. Bai's help," Hua Pu said to Zhang Zixuan, smiling as she regained her senses after Zhang Zixuan arrived. "Grandmother, it's dangerous here. Let's escape first," Zhang Zixuan said, supporting Hua Pu, as those fiercely glaring cultists below the platform made her feel scared. Boom! Just at that moment, a loud crash came from within the sewage fortress. The wall was instantly blown open, and the leader, disheveled, walked out of it, staring at Bai Yu on the platform with a twisted expression. "In 300 years, no one has ever made me so miserable before. You're the first one." The leader glared at Bai Yu, white flames swirling around his arm, constantly repairing his broken arm bone. Seeing the leader reappear, Hua Pu quickly reminded Bai Yu, "Mr. Bai, be careful. The leader's holy flame has a very strong self-healing ability. As long as he's not killed instantly, his injuries will recover in a short amount of time." Bai Yu responded faintly, not taking Hua Pu's words to heart. Instead, he looked at the woman on the crucifix, whose chest was pierced by the holy fire blade. He sensed a power on this woman that did not belong to Blue Star, nor did it belong to the Void Beast. Save me." The woman endured the pain, looking weakly at Bai Yu, pleading in a low voice. Bai Yu examined the woman and then waved his hand, taking her down from the crucifix and removing the holy fire blade from her chest. Cough! The woman coughed up a large mouthful of black blood, collapsing weakly on the ground, unable to say another word. Seeing that Bai Yu was completely ignoring him, the leader's expression also became twisted. He immediately roared, "Believers of the Holy Light God, kill this heretic." As the leader roared, the cultists below the platform, including the 6 nuns on the platform, all erupted, rushing towards Bai Yu and the others like zombies. However, as the cultists had just begun to act, Bai Yu's divine sense crushed out, spreading in all directions. The light cult's cultists were like dust being wiped away with a rag, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, all of the light cult's cultists in the sewage fortress were annihilated. Only the leader was left standing in place, looking at the empty plaza with an unbelievable expression, not understanding what had happened. Where are they? The leader was filled with confusion, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. A great fear arose in his heart. He knew that not all of his cultists were ordinary people. Many were demons and evil beings blessed by the Holy Light God, possessing extremely terrifying power. If those cultists were allowed to run rampant, it would be an unbearable disaster, not just for South Xuan City, but even for the entire Daxia nation. But now, the cultists that the light cult had accumulated over the years had vanished in the blink of an eye, without any bodies. The leader completely failed to understand what had happened. Not only the leader, but Hua Pu and Zhang Zixuan on the platform were also dumbfounded. Unlike the leader, they were near Bai Yu and clearly sensed a strange power being released from Bai Yu's body. Then the entire light cult was wiped out. To destroy a cult in an instant. Was such a method divine? Hua Pu stared blankly at Bai Yu's back, having an urge to kneel and worship him. She had come from the light cult herself. Although she had defected from it, she still held a strange worship for deities. The appearance of Bai Yu was like a light, allowing her to find faith once again. Bai Yu didn't know that he had changed Hua Pu's faith. He stood on the platform and lifted the leader into his hand. What are you going to do? Feeling Bai Yu's godlike strength, the arrogance in the leader's eyes disappeared, replaced by boundless fear. I need to know the woman's origin, Bai Yu said calmly as his divine sense ignored the leader's defenses, invading his soul and reading his memories. Soon, all of the leader's memories about the woman who was suspended on the blood-red crucifix flooded into Bai Yu's mind. This woman is actually a sacrifice sent by the void beast? Could it be that this ritual isn't for that void beast? After reading the leader's memories, Bai Yu frowned slightly, realizing that there was another secret hidden in this disrupted holy fire ritual. After reading his memories, Bai Yu didn't kill the leader. Instead, he released his grip and let the leader collapse to the ground. Cough, cough. What did you do to me? The leader coughed madly, only feeling his head ache as if all his secrets had been revealed. Bai Yu looked at the leader calmly and said faintly, "Summon your holy light god." Mr. Bai? Hua Pu looked at Bai Yu in shock, thinking she had misheard him. What nonsense are you talking about? The leader's face was now twisted as he stared at Bai Yu. I'm just a servant of God. How can I summon the holy light god? I can help you. Bai Yu did not respond to Hua Pu. Instead, he created 6 clones and made them stand at the 6 corners of the platform, forming the same hand seals as the 6 nuns, contributing his own energy. Take the energy that's needed for him to descend from me. You just continue the holy fire ritual. You madman. When the leader saw Bai Yu's 6 clones, he couldn't help but curse. However, soon, he began to laugh maniacally again, quickly getting up from the ground and standing in the center of the platform. Since you're courting death, then I won't be polite. Holy light god, please devour all of your servant's energy, descend into this world, and bring the power of rebirth to this rotten world. The leader shouted, forming a strange hand seal, and began frantically devouring the energy from Bai Yu's clones. Rumbling, terrifying energy poured out from Bai Yu's clones and into the leader's body. The entire underground of South Xuan City began to shake violently. Chapter 233, The Holy Light God. Mr. Bai. Seeing that Bai Yu was actually sacrificing his own lifespan to summon the Holy Light God, Hua Pu was completely shocked. She couldn't understand what Bai Yu was trying to do. Was he crazy? I never expected you to possess such powerful energy. Looking at the massive amount of energy pouring into his body, the leader looked at Bai Yu with disbelief, his gaze turning strange. According to the leader's original plan, it would take another 100 years for the Holy Light God to descend completely, and at least 3,000 people would have to sacrifice their entire lifespans. But now, after Bai Yu began sacrificing his power, the leader found that his connection with the Holy Light God was getting stronger and stronger. The Holy Light God would soon break through the void and descend into this world. Bai Yu alone was fulfilling all the energy needed for the Holy Light God's descent. Just go ahead and summon the Holy Light God. Don't worry about me being drained dry, Bai Yu said, looking at the leader with a chuckle. After becoming a 7-pillar, the spiritual power within Bai Yu was infinite, and he had no concept of lifespan anymore. The energy absorbed by the void beast for its descent was nothing to Bai Yu, less than a mosquito bite. Of course, now that the Holy Light God is about to descend, even if you want to give up, it's impossible. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the leader was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed maniacally, his heart filled with elation. Feeling the increasing power within his body, the leader's gaze towards Bai Yu changed from puzzled shock to mocking derision. He had lived for so long, and he had never seen anyone so foolish. Seeing that the leader's aura was getting stronger, Hua Pu became increasingly panicked. She quickly tried to persuade Bai Yu, Mr. Bai, don't keep going. You have no idea what you're doing. Zixuan, go and persuade Mr. Bai. Don't let him make a grave mistake. Grandmother, I? Zhang Zixuan was also confused at this moment. Her gaze wandered between Bai Yu and Hua Pu, and she had no idea what was happening. From the expressions on her grandmother's face and the light cult leader's face, she could guess that Bai Yu was doing something particularly dangerous. However, she had been protected by Bai Yu all this way. She knew that Bai Yu was definitely not an impulsive or brainless person. Everything he did had his own consideration. In the end, Zhang Zishuan still chose to trust Bai Yu, and she held back Hua Pu, grandmother. Mr. Bai definitely has his own plan. We should just not disturb him. Oh dear. Zishuan, how did you go crazy with him? Mr. Bai is now sacrificing his lifespan and cultivation to summon an evil god that will destroy the world. Hua Pu became increasingly anxious. Once the holy light god descends, the world will perish. Haha, too late. The leader suddenly burst out laughing. The space above him cracked open, and a purple claw, carrying supreme pressure, reached out of the spatial rift. The leader knelt down towards the spatial rift above, praying, "Great holy light God, please use the body of your most devout believer to bring rebirth to this rotten world." Boom! As the leader spoke, his body glowed purple, and he was connected to the claw in the spatial rift. It's over. It's all over. The evil god has descended. Seeing the purple claw tear through the void, Hua Pu knelt on the ground in despair, her face ashen. Grandmother! Seeing Hua Pu's despair, Zhang Zishuan quickly stepped forward to support her. She also asked Bai Yu, who was still providing power to the holy light god, "Mr. Bai, are you planning to release that monster into this world?" Bai Yu responded faintly, calmly looking at the still descending void beast, showing no intention of intervening. As Bai Yu continuously provided energy to the void beast, the spatial rift above the sewage fortress grew larger and larger. Half of the void beast's body had already emerged from the spatial rift, continuously moving closer to the leader below. The void beast was entirely purple, resembling a Qilin, but its entire body was completely without scales, its skin incredibly smooth. The void beast was surrounded by purple flames, emanating an extremely terrifying aura. After its descent, all the surrounding space gradually started to crack. "Ha, my excellent believer, you've done well." The void beast smiled at the leader, its crimson eyes filled with endless laughter and mockery. The leader's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He kowtowed to the void beast, "Great holy light God, please ascend me, and let us bring rebirth to this rotten world together. Don't worry, I've long wanted to devour Blue Star. This world will soon become my food." The void beast laughed, and was about to forcibly seize the leader's body and completely descend from the void, when the corner of its eye caught Bai Yu, wearing a silver mask, and Zhang Zishuan. "That's a 7-pillar mask?" The void beast's pupils suddenly contracted, and it immediately showed a look of terror, like it had seen a ghost. It dared not linger here any longer, quickly retracting into the spatial rift, and using its claws to pull the spatial rift shut, as if it were pulling a zipper. The void beast's actions made the pious expression on the leader's face freeze. "The holy light god?" The leader stared blankly at the void beast that had retracted into the spatial rift, his eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. He had just seen the void beast's eyes filled with endless fear. Was the holy light god afraid? The leader couldn't understand it and dared not admit what he had seen. Not only the leader, but also the desperate Hua Pu on the other side was dumbfounded. She was dazed, thinking that she was dreaming. How could that terrifying holy light god be such a creature? "Since you've already come, why are you running away?" At that moment, Bai Yu's voice sounded from all around. The closed spatial rift opened again, and the void beast's massive body fell out from it, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! The entire sewage fortress shook 3 times, splashing a large amount of sewage. "Holy light god, you've finally descended." Seeing the void beast reappear, the leader's incomprehension and confusion quickly disappeared, replaced entirely by excitement and ecstasy. "Please accept my strength and ascend me. Get lost." The void beast swatted the leader away with its tail. Then it trembled and prostrated itself in front of Bai Yu and Zhang Zishuan, lowering its voice and saying, "2 7-pillar adults, this lowly one did not mean to offend you. Please spare my life." The void beast's words completely stunned the leader, who had just crawled out of the sewage. "Holy light god?" Looking at the Void Beast's subservient posture in front of Bai Yu and Zhang Zishuan, the leader's belief completely collapsed. Why? How could things have turned out like this? Why was the holy light god kneeling before Bai Yu? The leader couldn't understand it. Bai Yu looked at the Void Beast's submissive attitude. Raising his eyebrows slightly, "You know my identity?" Although Bai Yu could crush this Void Beast with a single finger, this Void Beast, born in the Three Pure Ones universe, was just a local. Yet it knew the identity of a seven pillar. This was truly not simple. To this lowly one can recognize it. The masks of the two adults are the markings of the seven pillars. The Void Beast replied honestly, not even daring to raise its head and carefully examine Bai Yu and Zhang Zishuan. 7 pillars. Upon hearing the Void Beast's words, Zhang Zishuan subconsciously touched her mask, looked at Bai Yu's back, and her gaze became strange. Mr. Bai, what kind of person are you really? Chapter 234, Imposter Heaven's Mandate. A 7-pillar mask. Upon hearing the Void Beast's words, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked the Void Beast, "Besides me, have you seen other 7 pillars?" "Why, yes, I have." The Void Beast nodded tremulously, replying, "Not long ago, a powerful person who was just like you descended into the primordial chaos. He killed the Watcher adults who managed us and released all the Void Beasts into the universe." "You're saying a 7-pillar killed the Watchers?" Bai Yu's brows furrowed slightly, never imagining that he would get such strange news from a Void Beast. He was helping Heaven's Mandate with the task of finding the true killer of the Watchers in the Three Pure Ones universe. But if those Watchers were killed by Heaven's Mandate, then things would be completely different. "Do you know what that 7-pillar was called?" Bai Yu regained his senses and questioned the Void Beast, while releasing a little of his aura to put pressure on it. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of Bai Yu's aura, the Void Beast was almost scared to death and quickly replied, "To that adult called himself Heaven's Mandate." "It really is Heaven's Mandate." Hearing the Void Beast's words, Bai Yu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He instinctively released his aura, crushing the Void Beast and making it unable to move, breaking half of the Void Beast's bones on the spot. However, Bai Yu didn't care about the Void Beast's misery. His eyes had become quite terrifying. If all this was a trap set up by Heaven's Mandate, then his wife and daughter might already be in danger. Adult, I was wrong. Please be merciful and spare my life." The Void Beast had no idea what mistake it had made. It only felt that it was about to be crushed by Bai Yu's aura, and it quickly begged for mercy. Hearing the Void Beast's plea, Bai Yu quickly calmed down. "That's not right. If it was Heaven's Mandate, he wouldn't set up such a clumsy trap to target me." Bai Yu's brain worked rapidly, countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and he ultimately determined that someone was impersonating Heaven's Mandate to set up this trap. Without any hesitation, Bai Yu's divine sense directly invaded the Void Beast's brain, reading all of its memories and extracting the image of the other 7-pillar that it had seen. Soon, Bai Yu found a mysterious man wearing a 7-pillar mask with an unusually powerful aura in the Void Beast's memories. However, that mysterious man wasn't any of the 7 pillars that Bai Yu had met before. This guy who's pretending to be a 7-pillar should be the true killer of the Watchers, and also the target of my mission this time. After finding the mysterious man wearing a 7-pillar mask, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he withdrew his divine sense from the Void Beast. Since this guy knows Heaven's Mandate and can imitate the 7 pillars, based on his understanding of us, he doesn't seem like a creature from the primordial chaos, but rather a threat from outside. It seems that there's been a breach in this Three Pure Ones universe. An external force has set its eyes on the primordial chaos. Bai Yu mused, his eyes flashing sharply. In fact, the Watchers were also a force from outside the primordial chaos. They invaded the primordial chaos and became the rulers after defeating the 7 primordial kings. If a new external force was eyeing the primordial chaos, then the level of threat to the Watcher organization would far exceed the threats from within the primordial chaos. If the enemy's strength was too great, perhaps the brain would have to personally take action. I never expected such a great threat to be hidden in this small Three Pure Ones universe. Heaven's Mandate. You've really given me a good task. Bai said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the void beast, not knowing what he was thinking at this moment. The void beast was now completely exhausted, and it was starting to get unnerved from being stared at by Bai. It trembled and said, adult, this lowly one really didn't mean to offend you. Please, spare my life. Spare your life? Bai looked at the void beast, his gaze turning playful. If it was before, I would have to report what happened here to the brain, and let more 7 pillars come together to deal with the threat from the external forces, and you would be an important witness to prove the existence of the external forces, so I would need to spare your life. But now, Bai's lips slightly curled up, his eyes showing a murderous intent. The invasion of external forces was a crisis for him, and also an opportunity. An opportunity for him to completely break free from the control of the brain. Seeing Bai's gaze, a bad premonition surged in the void beast's heart, and it quickly said, adult, you're going to? Bang! Before the void beast could finish speaking, it exploded into pieces, completely annihilated. The sewage fortress fell silent again. Bai looked at where the void beast had disappeared, closed his eyes slightly, and placed his hand on his mask. Mr. Bai. Zhang Zishuan had no idea what Bai and the void beast had talked about, but seeing Bai's actions now, her heart beat faster. She was incredibly curious about what Bai looked like behind his mask. Bai slowly took off his mask, revealing his handsome face that had been hidden for many years. The moment Bai took off his mask, he also felt a shackle in his heart break, and his true self was released. The threat hidden in the 3 Pure Ones universe was an external force that knew about the existence of the 7 pillars. The true killer of the Watchers might have strength that was no less than Bai's. In this situation, if Bai continued to blatantly display his identity as a 7 pillar, he would be giving the other side an opportunity and putting himself in a disadvantageous position. Although Bai did not want to report what happened in the 3 Pure Ones universe to the brain, now, that didn't mean that he regarded the mysterious external force as an ally. Before figuring out the opponent's background, it was always better to be careful. Mr. Bai, you? Zhang Zishuan stared blankly at Bai's face, her heart beating faster and faster. She had thought that behind the mask was a handsome and melancholy face, but she hadn't expected that Bai would be this handsome. Even the most popular celebrities on Blue Star, their appearance would probably not be 1/10 of Bai's. How could such a perfect face exist in this world? Zhang Zishuan stared at Bai, showing signs of infatuation. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on Zhang Zishuan. When Bai was still the immortal venerable Luo Yun, he was a well-known beauty in the 3 realms, with countless immortals seeking him. And after Bai became the 8th primordial king and a 7 pillar, he had experienced too many things. His temperament and charm had improved greatly, and his beauty could no longer be described as immortal. You, still thinking about a countermeasure, Bai saw Zhang Zishuan's expression and also realized something. He immediately used his spiritual power to conceal his true appearance and temperament, changing to a slightly ordinary face. Bai would still have to travel in the cities of Blue Star later. If he walked around with a face that would cause a social media frenzy, that would be a huge burden for him. Being too handsome was also a kind of mistake. Bai sighed slightly, then looked towards the woman on the platform that was sent by the void beast as a sacrifice, his gaze becoming serious again. When he read the void beast's memories earlier, he also browsed through the void beast's memories about this woman. This woman was a sacrifice that the imposter heaven's mandate had given to the void beast. And the ritual that the light cult was going to perform in the sewage fortress today was to sacrifice this woman to the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. The person impersonating heaven's mandate wanted to sacrifice this woman to the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. Bai wanted to know why. Chapter 235. The Mysterious Woman? No. Impossible. Crawling out of the sewage, the leader watched the holy light god disappear into nothingness. His eyes filled with boundless despair as he roared, his voice tearing at his throat. You heretics, blasphemers! I will not spare you! The leader shouted maniacally. He directly ignited the spiritual power within his body, preparing to rush onto the platform to self-destruct, wanting to die with Bai. However, Before the leader could even run onto the platform, the agitated spiritual power in his body was ignited by a mysterious force. Bang! The leader exploded with a loud crash. His body was shattered into pieces, and his soul was completely destroyed. Hua Pu stared blankly at the flames of the explosion, her expression dazed. Everything, was it over just like that? The leader was her shadow for decades. She had always thought that she would never escape the clutches of the leader for the rest of her life. But now, the powerful light cult and the leader, even the holy light god they worshipped, had died so easily in Bai Yu's hands, as if they were mosquitoes casually swatted to death. The destruction of the light cult was so abrupt that it gave Hua Pu a sense of unreality. Bai Yu didn't think he had done anything extraordinary. After destroying the leader, he said to Zhang Zishuan, "You take your grandmother and leave first. With the light cult destroyed, no one should be able to threaten you." "Thank you, Mr. Bai. Then my grandmother and I will wait for you outside." Zhang Zishuan knew that Bai Yu still had important things to do. She nodded understandingly and helped Hua Pu leave. "Wait." Bai Yu called out to Zhang Zishuan again. "Is there anything else, Mr. Bai?" Zhang Zishuan turned back and asked. Bai Yu took out the urn containing Zhang Zishuan's mother's ashes and the family photo from his small world, returning them to Zhang Zishuan. He said, "Take your mother's ashes and bury her properly. However, I may need to borrow your mother's necklace and the jade behind the photo frame for a while." "Okay." Zhang Zishuan accepted the urn and photo. She thanked Bai Yu again before leaving through the secret passage with Hua Pu. After Zhang Zishuan and Hua Pu left, Bai Yu took out the necklace and jade and combined them together. The necklace began to emit a strange energy fluctuation. Under the energy emitted by the necklace, the woman who was being used as a sacrifice gradually regained consciousness and slowly woke up. "Where am I?" The woman looked at Bai Yu's face, her eyes still showing confusion and doubt. "I saved you," Bai Yu said straightforwardly. "Your soul is too fragile. If I did a soul search, you wouldn't be able to withstand it and your soul would be destroyed. So, for your own good, answer all my questions honestly. Understand?" The woman was still a little confused by Bai Yu's words. However, she could tell that Bai Yu was serious. So, she felt some fear in her heart and nodded subconsciously. "Understood." "Good." Bai Yu nodded and then said, "Do you remember who you are?" "I." The woman hesitated for a moment and then said uncertainly, "The name AI Shuang appears in my mind, but I'm not sure if that's my name." "Then I'll call you AI Shuang." Bai Yu made a rough assessment of AI Shuang's situation. He then said, "Where did you live before?" A valley full of flowers. It seemed to be called 100 Flowers Valley. AI Shuang recalled carefully and described the place she remembered from her memories to Bai Yu. Were there others in 100 Flowers Valley? Others? Upon hearing this question, AI Shuang thought for a moment, and then endless despair and pain appeared in her eyes. "My head, it hurts." AI Shuang suddenly clutched her head pounding as if someone had ripped off a scar that was buried in her heart. She was in extreme pain. Seeing AI Shuang's current state, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He then used spiritual power to soothe AI Shuang's emotions, saying, "Let's change the question. Do you remember this necklace?" AI Shuang calmed down and looked at the necklace from Zhang Zishuan's mother in Bai Yu's hand. She murmured, "It feels familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before." "I understand." Bai Yu nodded slightly, put away the necklace, and said to AI Shuang, "That's about all I want to ask for now. Come with me to a place." "Where are we going?" AI Shuang asked. "The sky." Bai Yu replied concisely. He then rose into the air with AI Shuang and disappeared from the sewage fortress. The moment Bai Yu left with AI Shuang, another powerful force exploded in the sewage fortress. This fortress, which had existed for hundreds of years and was filled with endless evil, was completely buried and disappeared into the river of history. Bai Yu took AI Shuang to the front of a white palace. This was the residence of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. All the rules of operation for everything in Blue Star were set by the heavenly Tao here. "Where is this?" AI Shuang looked at the white palace above the clouds and asked curiously. She could feel a divine energy from the palace. In front of that power, She felt incredibly insignificant. This is where the personification of the heavenly Tao consciousness resides. You can say that it's the supreme being in Blue Star, Baiyu explained to AI Shuang as he walked to the White Palace. He called out, "Heavenly Tao, come out." Rumbling. As Baiyu called out, the heavy doors of the White Palace slowly opened, and a person in white robes, their face shrouded in white mist, walked out. The heavenly Tao consciousness did not have a fixed form or gender. It could be a person or a beast, all forms determined by the beholder. With Baiyu's cultivation, the heavenly Tao consciousness naturally could not change its form by seeing Baiyu. In other words, the current form of the heavenly Tao consciousness was reflected by AI Shuang's innermost heart. AI Shuang had forgotten who she was. "Your Excellency, how did you get here?" The heavenly Tao looked at Baiyu and asked him in a gender-neutral voice. Baiyu did not answer the heavenly Tao's question. Instead, he motioned for AI Shuang to step forward and asked the heavenly Tao, "Do you recognize her?" "I don't recognize her. She's not a creature of Blue Star," the heavenly Tao replied calmly, without any emotional fluctuations in his voice, as if he was looking at a complete stranger. Boom! As soon as the heavenly Tao finished answering, Baiyu casually sent out a spiritual blade, passing by the heavenly Tao and blasting through the White Palace behind him. The large White Palace instantly collapsed, and the heavenly Tao stood there, stunned. If that spiritual blade had been aimed at him, he would probably have been destroyed in an instant. In that instant, the heavenly Tao of Blue Star realized that Baiyu was also a great figure that he couldn't afford to offend. "I'll give you one more chance." Baiyu calmly looked at the heavenly Tao in front of him. "Do you recognize her?" Gulp. The heavenly Tao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then nodded. "Why, yes, I do." Chapter 236. The Heavenly Tao of Blue Star. "You recognize me?" Upon hearing the heavenly Tao's answer, AI Shuang's eyes were filled with deep confusion and curiosity. In her memory, there was no heavenly Tao at all. "It's normal that you don't recognize me, because you were the key that the adult gave to me, and it's also my first time seeing you," the heavenly Tao said honestly. He knew very well that with Baiyu's strength, it would be too easy to pry useful information from him. Therefore, it was pointless for him to lie. "A key?" Baiyu keenly caught the important information in the heavenly Tao's answer, and immediately asked, "A key to what?" That adult said that she wanted to build a door on Blue Star, and that she was the key to open the door. "Where does the door lead to?" Baiyu asked again. "I'm sorry, I don't know." The heavenly Tao shook his head. "That adult is just like you. Her power is far greater than mine, and I can't get any information from her." "So, you don't know where that door is?" The heavenly Tao nodded, "Yes. Although that door is on Blue Star, even I, as the heavenly Tao, can't sense it at all." Baiyu didn't think that the heavenly Tao was lying with this answer. Although theoretically, the heavenly Tao of Blue Star could perceive every blade of grass and tree on Blue Star. Even if it was a mosquito, how much blood it sucked in a day, and what its blood type was, the heavenly Tao knew everything. But there were many ways in the world to conceal oneself from the heavenly Tao. Not to mention Baiyu, probably some of the strong people on Blue Star also had the ability to deceive the heavenly Tao. Without dwelling on this issue, Baiyu continued, "Okay, let's change the topic. Do you know what that person looks like?" That adult wears a silver mask and calls himself a 7-pillar. As for other information, that adult didn't say, and I didn't ask too much. It seems that he's the true culprit behind everything. From the heavenly Tao's answer, Baiyu also faintly figured out what scheme that true culprit was planning and what he wanted to do. That so-called door built on Blue Star was probably a stable teleportation channel that the external forces wanted to establish in the primordial chaos, using Blue Star as a springboard for their invasion of the primordial chaos. As for why they would choose AI Shuang as the key, it was most likely because they wanted to act discreetly and not let the brain discover the breach in the Three Pure Ones universe too quickly. If another 7-pillar had come, upon knowing the external forces' plan, then the mission would have been over. Then they could directly destroy the Three Pure Ones universe to ruin the external forces' plan to teleport to the primordial chaos. For the Watchers, there were countless universes in the primordial chaos. Every moment, New universes were born, and old universes were destroyed. So, destroying a three pure one's universe would not have any impact on the primordial chaos. After answering Baiyu's questions, the Heavenly Tao cautiously asked Baiyu, "Adult, may I ask, are you going to use Blue Star as a battlefield?" In the eyes of the Heavenly Tao of Blue Star, two supreme bigwigs descending on Blue Star in succession was simply a disaster. Whether it was Baiyu or that mysterious powerful person wearing a mask, the struggle between them was something that the small Blue Star simply could not bear. Baiyu did not answer the Heavenly Tao's question. Instead, he said to the Heavenly Tao, "They want to sacrifice AI Shuang to make you remember all information about AI Shuang. Now that I've brought AI Shuang here intact, it should be easy for you to copy her information without harming her, right?" Now that the external forces were still in a dormant stage, it was not appropriate for Baiyu to alert them. He needed to make the external forces believe that their plan was still progressing smoothly. "I can do it. Of course I can." The Heavenly Tao dared not disobey Baiyu's will. He nodded repeatedly and then used his Heavenly Tao power to envelop AI Shuang. AI Shuang only felt a warm current flowing through her body, without any discomfort. Instead, it felt quite comfortable. Soon, a puppet that looked exactly like AI Shuang, but without consciousness, appeared next to the Heavenly Tao. For the external forces, a key that had its own consciousness would be a huge problem. Therefore, sacrificing AI Shuang and having the Heavenly Tao obtain a soulless puppet was their best key. "Adult, it's done," the Heavenly Tao said, withdrawing his power and breathing a sigh of relief. "Not bad." Baiyu looked at the puppet and nodded slightly. Then, he instantly teleported in front of the Heavenly Tao and grabbed the Heavenly Tao's head with one hand. "Adult!" The Heavenly Tao was frightened by Baiyu's sudden action. He exclaimed in shock, and the entire white space began to shake violently. Correspondingly, extreme weather or disasters appeared everywhere on Blue Star. The Heavenly Tao's emotions were now in an extremely unstable state, and it could collapse at any time. "The news of my appearance here needs to be kept secret. Therefore, you can't have this memory," Baiyu said indifferently, while clutching the Heavenly Tao's head. Seeing that Baiyu was about to modify his memories, the Heavenly Tao was instantly terrified. He quickly said, "Adult, I can keep it a secret for you. I swear." However, before the Heavenly Tao could finish speaking, Baiyu's powerful soul power had already invaded the Heavenly Tao's consciousness and modified the Heavenly Tao's memories. The Heavenly Tao of Blue Star recorded everything that happened on Blue Star every moment, from the large changes in weather to the small mutual devouring between microorganisms. It could be said that the Heavenly Tao's memories every millisecond contained infinite information, enough to crash a supercomputer in an instant. However, Baiyu remained calm. He quickly read all the information about Blue Star since its birth, and at the same time, modified the traces of his existence and the reason for the destruction of the light cult. After modifying the Heavenly Tao's memories to what he wanted, Baiyu released the Heavenly Tao, raised his hand to repair the white palace he had destroyed, and turned to AI Shuang, saying, "Let's go. Let's leave this place." Are we leaving now?" AI Shuang was confused and asked, not understanding what had happened. Baiyu nodded. I know all the information I wanted to know. I also have a rough guess about your background. You will stay by my side from now on, and I'll protect you." "Oh." Upon hearing Baiyu's words, AI Shuang nodded subconsciously. Although it was the first time she met Baiyu, for some unknown reason, not only did she not feel any hostility towards Baiyu, but she also subconsciously wanted to trust Baiyu. It seemed that only when she was by Baiyu's side could she be completely safe. "Let's go." Baiyu did not explain to AI Shuang why she had this feeling. He looked back at the Heavenly Tao of Blue Star. He then took AI Shuang and left this place, returning to the west suburb cemetery of South Xuan City. The moment Baiyu left, the Heavenly Tao regained consciousness. "I fell asleep when I was receiving the key? Strange." He looked at the AI Shuang puppet beside him and recalled what had just happened. After confirming that there was no problem, he returned to his palace with AI Shuang. He had completely forgotten Baiyu's existence. Chapter 237. Will you come with us? West Suburb Cemetery. Zhang Zixuan and Hua Pu filled the secret passage leading to the sewage castle. Afterwards, they buried her mother, Zhang Zi's, ashes here. After setting up the tombstone, Hua Pu knelt before it. Holy Maiden, the light sect has been destroyed, and the evil organizations that plagued the world have vanished like smoke. You can finally rest in peace in the afterlife. Grandma! Zhang Zixuan looked at Hua Pu kneeling before the tombstone, her expression complex. Zixuan, don't call me Grandma anymore. Just call me Hua Pu. I don't deserve to be the Holy Maiden's mother, Hua Pu said, rising shakily and giving Zhang Zixuan a kind smile. How can I do that? No matter what has happened, you are still my grandma. Zhang Zixuan quickly stepped forward to support Hua Pu. You silly girl, you're good in so many ways, but you're too stubborn. You'll suffer for it in the future. Hua Pu patted Zhang Zixuan's head. You must take good care of yourself in the days to come when I'm not around. Grandma, where are you going? Zhang Zixuan immediately asked. I can go with you. No need. Hua Pu shook her head, refusing Zhang Zixuan. My whole life was spent in the shadow of the light sect. Although I hated the light sect and hated the sect master, I was born into the light sect and grew up in the light sect. The sect master, despite committing so many terrible deeds, also raised me. That is a fact. Now that the light sect is destroyed and the sect master's soul has been scattered, it's time for me to find a place to set up a cenotaph for the sect master and spend the rest of my life alone. Grandma, how can you say that? We have a bright future ahead. There's no need for you to. Zixuan, this is Grandma's last wish. I hope you can grant it. Grandma? Hearing Hua Pu's words, Zhang Zixuan was stunned, unable to say anything. Zixuan, let's say goodbye here. You've grown up, and you don't need us to take care of you anymore. Hua Pu smiled, her eyes full of affection as she looked at Zhang Zixuan. Mr. Bai is a good man. You must cherish this opportunity. Grandma, then let me see you off. No need. Farewells are always sad. Let's say goodbye here. Hua Pu smiled at Zhang Zixuan, then turned and left decisively, disappearing from Zhang Zixuan's sight at great speed. Grandma! Zhang Zixuan was, after all, just an ordinary person. She could not keep up with Hua Pu's speed at all, and could only stand alone, staring blankly as Hua Pu left. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhang Zixuan, the smile on Hua Pu's face gradually turned into an expression of pain. She clutched her chest and coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her aura weakening to the extreme. It seems my time has come. Indeed, forcibly activating the holy flame blade has burned away what little life I had left. Knowing that her time was up, Hua Pu looked back at the West Suburb Cemetery, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Don't you think you are being a little cruel leaving your granddaughter like this? At this moment, Bai Yu, with AI Shuang, appeared in front of Hua Pu and asked, Mr. Bai. Seeing Bai Yu appear, Hua Pu's eyes flashed with surprise, and she then said with a wry smile, I apologize for letting you see me in such a pathetic state. But my life is at an end. Leaving Zixuan like this, it allows her to have a memory of me. It's actually the best ending. You've only been injured in the heart and lungs by a cursed blade. It's a small injury. I can help you treat it, Bai Yu said calmly. A small injury? Hua Pu was stunned, thinking she had misheard. Her meridians were shattered all over her body. Even the gods would have difficulty saving her. But she pondered over it. Perhaps Bai Yu truly had the ability to save her. Thinking of this, Hua Pu smiled, bowed deeply to Bai Yu, and said respectfully, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Bai, but I have no desire to live anymore. Have you made up your mind? Bai Yu confirmed. Yes. Hua Pu nodded. Zixuan has grown up. Without me, she can live a better life, and I am tired. However, since Mr. Bai is here, I have one last request. I hope Mr. Bai can help me with this one thing. Go ahead. Bai Yu did not force Hua Pu to live. He could see that Hua Pu's feelings for the light sect master were extremely complicated. After the Holy Maiden's death and the sect master's soul being scattered, Hua Pu's heart had also died. Even if Bai Yu were to save her, she would become a puppet, living in pain. It was better to fulfill Huapu's wish. After I die, I hope Mr. Bai can bury me in a place filled with flowers, Huapu said. Bai Yu looked deeply at Huapu, then said, Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Huapu bowed to Bai Yu once again, and in that bowing posture, her breath completely gave out, and she departed with a smile. Seeing Huapu choose death like this, Ai Shuang couldn't help but feel confused and asked Bai Yu, she could have lived. Why did she choose to die? For her, death is the most beautiful destination. Bai Yu used his spiritual power to lift Huapu up, then tore through space, sending Huapu to a place filled with flowers. Then, he sang a soul-calming mantra for her, sending her soul to reincarnation. Ai Shuang saw Huapu buried amongst the flowers and shook her head again. I still don't understand. Isn't living a beautiful thing? Perhaps you are right, but Huapu's choice was not wrong, Bai Yu said softly, closing the spatial rift. Death is just a new beginning for her. Let's go. Zhang Zixuan is still at the West Suburb Cemetery. We will go and pick her up. Okay. Ai Shuang responded, following Bai Yu towards the West Suburb Cemetery. At this time, Zhang Zixuan was still immersed in the sadness of Huapu's departure, alone cleaning her mother's grave. For her, two close relatives had left her in a short period of time. Even if she was optimistic, she needed time to recover. Zhang Zixuan. Bai Yu's voice came, and the depressed Zhang Zixuan turned her head, seeing her mother's necklace flying toward her. Zhang Zixuan took the necklace and looked at Bai Yu and Ai Shuang who were approaching. She couldn't help but call out, Mr. Bai? Bai Yu smiled. I'm returning your necklace. We're about to leave now. Mr. Bai, are you leaving too? Zhang Zixuan stared blankly at Bai Yu, her heart filled with a pang of sadness and inexplicable disappointment. Although Zhang Zixuan and Bai Yu had not known each other long, with her grandmother and mother gone, Bai Yu had become the person she trusted most. Now that Bai Yu was also saying he was leaving, Zhang Zixuan didn't know why, but she felt an urge to cry. Seeing Zhang Zixuan's distressed look, Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. He then asked Zhang Zixuan, Do you want to come with us? Can I? Zhang Zixuan looked at Bai Yu, her voice already trembling with tears. Of course. Bai Yu smiled, his eyes narrowed. Will you come? Yes. Zhang Zixuan nodded repeatedly, clutching her mother's necklace tightly, and ran toward Bai Yu. Chapter 238. The Cursed Cake. Nanchuan City, a quaint restaurant. To help Zhang Zixuan and Ai Shuang get to know each other and improve their relationship, Bai Yu was treating them to a feast at this famous restaurant in Nanchuan City. Mr. Bai, Sister Ai, what are you planning to do next? Zhang Zixuan, who was drunk, asked while holding a wine glass and swaying unsteadily. I plan to buy a house in Nanchuan City first and settle down for now, Bai Yu said with a smile. External forces had been operating in the three pure universes for a long time. Bai Yu knew that uncovering them wouldn't be something he could do in a day or two. Ai Shuang and Zhang Zixuan were different from him. They couldn't wander around the world, and they needed to rest. So, the most pressing task was to get a house for them to live in. Zhang Zixuan's original home could have worked, but after the apartment complex was slaughtered by demons and evil spirits, the complex was sealed off by the authorities, using some excuse, and was no longer habitable. If Zhang Zixuan hadn't been with Bai Yu, she really would have become a homeless and pitiful person. Buying a house is good, Zhang Zixuan said, dizzy. But I don't have money, Mr. Bai. Let's go find a job. Let's make money to buy a house. Ai Shuang was also a little intoxicated, asking Bai Yu, Mr. Bai, Zhang, little sister, what does buying a house mean? Buying a house. It means spending a lot of money to buy a home for ourselves, Zhang Zixuan explained to Ai Shuang, dizzily. But the houses in Nanchuan City cost a lot. We can't afford them right now. These two girls, their alcohol tolerance is so poor. I shouldn't have let them drink so much. Seeing that Zhang Zixuan and Ai Shuang were both starting to talk nonsense, Bai Yu sighed slightly and decided to send them to a hotel first. Then, he would go and sort out new identities and properties. Although Bai Yu didn't have any Xia currency and was considered an illegal resident, with his abilities, it wouldn't take him much effort to sort these things out. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Bai Yu was about to leave with Ai Shuang and Zhang Zixuan, The door to their private room was knocked on. Then, a waiter pushed in a trolley with a cake on it. "Sir, your cake has arrived." "Cake?" Zhang Zishuan looked at the cake and then at Bai Yu. "Mr. Bai, did you also order a cake?" "No." Bai Yu shook his head and then said to the waiter, "Have you come to the wrong room?" "No. The order on here is for this room." The waiter handed the order slip from beside the cake to Bai Yu. It clearly stated the correct room number for this private room. Bai Yu looked at the order slip, then at the cake on the trolley, and his brow furrowed slightly. He was sure that they weren't being followed, and yet someone had suddenly sent him a cake. Moreover, there was something very wrong with this cake. Bai Yu's eyes grew playful. It seemed that someone else wanted to die. Hee. It must be Mr. Bai wanting to give us a surprise? Zhang Zishuan said foolishly, not suspecting anything about the cake's origins. AI Shuang also asked curiously, "What is a cake?" "Sister AI, it's a very delicious thing. I love eating cake the most." The waiter saw Zhang Zishuan and AI Shuang chatting and turned to Bai Yu, asking, "Sir, would you like me to cut the cake for you?" "No need." Bai Yu shook his head, then asked, "Who sent you to deliver this?" "A delivery driver," the waiter answered honestly. "I understand. You can leave now. I'll call you if I need anything." "Okay, please enjoy your meal." The waiter just thought Bai Yu was a strange person and didn't want to stay in the room any longer. He placed the cake on the table and quickly pushed his trolley away. Hee, let's cut the cake." Zhang Zishuan stood up foolishly, wanting to grab the plastic knife from the cake plate, but Bai Yu stopped her. "Let me do it." Bai Yu stood up and took the plastic knife, immediately sensing the curse attached to it. A curse? Upon discovering the curse attached to the knife, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately used the cursed knife to cut the cake open. What was underneath the delicious-looking cream was nothing but rotten bread. A strong, foul odor emanated from the cake. The pungent stench even sobered up Zhang Zishuan and AI Shuang. What is this? Zhang Zishuan, now sober, looked at the rotten cake. Her expression completely changed, and she looked at Bai Yu with disbelief. "This is probably a warning from the other side," Bai Yu said, looking at the rotten cake. "A warning?" Zhang Zishuan was stunned. "Who is warning us?" "It's definitely someone from behind the light sect," Bai Yu sneered. Since the light sect could sacrifice AI Shuang to external forces, there must be even stronger forces behind them. The destruction of the light sect was a fact. Even though Bai Yu could alter the memories of the heavenly Tao, he couldn't erase the fact that the light sect was destroyed. Regarding the light sect, Bai Yu could only preserve the majority of the facts while erasing the unfavorable information about himself. And Zhang Zishuan and Hua Pu, being directly related to the light sect, were only a matter of time before being targeted by the forces behind the scenes. Bai Yu had considered that someone would come after them in the future, but he did not expect them to come so soon. As for how the forces behind the scenes had located them, Bai Yu had a guess in mind. Zhang Zishuan's mother's necklace. Thinking of this, Bai Yu immediately pushed open the door to the private room, realizing that many people in the restaurant were already cursed. The curse in their bodies was only a matter of time before it would explode. The forces behind the light sect were willing to bring innocent people down with them, just to send a warning to them. "Mr. Bai, what should we do now?" Zhang Zishuan, realizing they had enemies, was completely sober, all her drunkenness gone. "It's okay. You and AI Shuang stay here. I'll go and take care of those people who don't know any better." Bai Yu placed a barrier in the private room, then walked out of the room with the cursed cake, closing the door behind him. The instant Bai Yu stepped out of the private room, he noticed a diner sitting by a window in the restaurant was secretly watching him. "They even left someone here to monitor us. Good. Saves me a lot of trouble." Bai Yu noticed the person who was watching him, smiled slightly, and walked towards that diner, holding the cursed cake. "I was discovered?" The diner noticed Bai Yu coming, and his eyes changed slightly. He quickly pretended that nothing had happened and continued playing on his phone. Bai Yu walked to the table, holding the cursed cake, and tapped on the table with his finger. "Hello? Is there any?" The diner stabilized his emotions, put his phone down, pretended to look up in confusion, and was about to ask Bai Yu a question when he saw the rotten cake flying towards him. The diner's pupils suddenly constricted. Bang! Bai smashed the cursed cake directly into the diner's face. The powerful force sent the diner falling backward from his chair. The loud crash startled all the diners in the restaurant. At that moment, the curse from the cake invaded the diner's face, instantly causing it to rot. Ah! In the horrified eyes of everyone in the restaurant, the diner screamed in pain. Let me know if you need anything else translated. Chapter 239. Warning. As the cursed cake splattered on the diner's face, a mass of tiny insects crawled out, burrowing into the rotting flesh. Help me. Someone help me. The diner frantically clawed at his face, trying to pull the insects out, but they were too fast, burrowing directly into his skull, fusing with his blood vessels. In less than 10 seconds, the diner fell silent, dead on the spot. He's been killed. The surrounding diners stared at the corpse in the middle of the restaurant, stunned for a moment, before erupting into screams. They fled the restaurant in a panic, desperate to call the police. However, many of the customers in the restaurant had already been cursed. The first person to run out didn't even have time to shout before collapsing, stiff as a board. His body began to decompose at a visibly rapid rate, and swarms of grotesque insects emerged from within. What is this? The other diners, seeing that anyone leaving the restaurant instantly died, retreated back inside, terrified of going out. But they were equally afraid of White Moon, huddling in a group on the opposite side of the room. White Moon glanced at the remaining diners and warned, "Many of you have already been cursed, and the curse is contagious. If you don't want to end up like that poor soul outside, you'd better stay quiet inside the restaurant. Why should we believe you?" A man in a suit stepped out from the crowd, glaring at White Moon. "You killed someone, and that other guy outside died in the same way. You're the one who did this, aren't you? You just want to trap us all in this restaurant. Don't fall for this murderer's trick. There's no such thing as a curse." The suit man shouted, stirring up hatred against White Moon among the crowd. White Moon ignored the suit man's accusations. Having given his warning, he knelt down beside the corpse, searching through it until he found a small, listening device. Holding up the device, White Moon said, "You people on the other end, you can probably still hear me, right? Since you made a move against us, you should be prepared to pay the price. No matter how much power or how many people you have backing you, you'd all better wash your necks and wait. I'll be coming for you soon, and I won't leave a single one of you standing." Snap. With that, White Moon crushed the small listening device. Don't listen to his nonsense. Don't be intimidated by his words. He's obviously using some kind of biological weapon to kill people. A few of the stronger guys should grab him and force him to give us the antidote. The suit man continued to incite the crowd against White Moon, trying to persuade them to attack him. Some of the diners, swayed by the suit man's words, started coming forward, preparing to subdue White Moon and force him to give them the antidote. In their minds, if they couldn't leave the restaurant, the only solution was to capture the culprit, White Moon, and everything would be fine. White Moon stood up. Just one glance from him was enough to terrify the advancing diners. They froze in place, completely paralyzed with fear. They were just ordinary people who had come to eat at the restaurant, unable to withstand White Moon's terrifying gaze. The suit man, unwilling to let it go, continued to urge them from the back, "You big men, why are you so afraid of one person? Go get him. I don't believe you can't hold him down. You go yourself. I'm not doing it." They had been frightened into submission by White Moon's gaze. They refused to take another step and instead turned on the suit man, yelling at him. The suit man, being a coward at heart, retreated behind the crowd after being yelled at. He grumbled, "Are you all crazy? That guy is holding us hostage. Why are you all attacking me? Do you all have a death wish? Guys, shouldn't we unite and confront our main enemy?" The suit man's words resonated with the others, and several young men stepped forward, ready to take on White Moon. A bunch of sheep. White Moon didn't want to waste time with these people. He ignored them as they approached and walked straight out of the restaurant, extending his spirit, tracking the delivery driver who brought the cake. The suit man, seeing that White Moon had exited the restaurant, brightened up immediately and shouted, Everyone, look, that guy really is the killer. Why is he the only one who can leave? I saw him coming out of that private room. He must have accomplices inside. Let's subdue his accomplices and make him give us the Bang! The suit man's sentence was cut off mid-word, his body exploding in a burst of blood and gore, splattering the surrounding diners, causing yet another round of terrified screams. Many diners fainted on the spot. The entire restaurant was in chaos. By that time, White Moon had already disappeared from the scene, heading after the delivery driver. 500 meters from the restaurant, a small truck was parked at the roadside. The truck's cargo bay was filled with advanced listening and tracking equipment. In the corner, there was a discarded delivery uniform. Inside the truck, 2 men and a woman were chatting. That guy's pretty arrogant. We sent him a cursed warning, and he dares to threaten us back. A young man with blonde hair took off his headphones and said to the others, "Little Sue, don't be careless. After all, this is the guy who wiped out the Church of Light. We need to figure out if he has any other forces backing him." A stern, middle-aged man with a crew cut said in a deep voice, "Tiger, now that Old 3 is dead, we're probably exposed. Should we pull out now?" The woman with red hair who was sitting in front of a screen stared at the faint tracking signal, asking, "Ching, what are you afraid of? Our devices are all single-direction transmitters. There's no way they can track us." He was just talking tough back there. The young man, Little Sue, was not worried about the danger at all. He continued, "If you ask me, we should give them something more potent next time. Otherwise, the death gate will be looked down on." Ching still felt uneasy and continued, "I'm still not comfortable with this. I think we should go back and report. Old 3 died too suddenly. We can't stay here any longer." Little Ching is right. "Anyway, our mission is over. There's no point staying here. Let's go back. I'll go start the car." Tiger nodded, got up, and opened the cargo bay door, only to freeze on the spot. White Moon was standing outside the cargo bay door, watching him with a smile. "Tiger, why did you freeze?" Little Sue noticed that Tiger had frozen and was about to peek his head out to see what was happening when he saw Tiger slip a hand behind his back, silently forming a hand seal. Seeing Tiger's gesture, Little Sue's pupils constricted. He exchanged a look with Ching and retreated, quietly taking out their weapons. White Moon stood outside the cargo bay, looking at the 3 inside who were now on high alert. He smiled and asked, "Do you remember the warning I gave you earlier?" Chapter 240, The Death Gate. When Tiger heard Bai Yu's words, his scalp went numb. Without any hesitation, Tiger, who had already formed a hand seal, immediately thrust his palm forward, unleashing a torrent of green smoke from his palm that surged towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu watched the onrushing green smoke, merely smiled, and gently blew a puff of air towards Tiger. The cloud of green smoke instantly reversed its direction, engulfing Tiger's face. "Ah, my face." Enveloped by the green smoke, Tiger cried out in agony, clutching his face with both hands as he began rolling around on the ground, clearly enduring extreme pain. Upon contact with Tiger's face, the green smoke caused his skin to rapidly corrode, the agonizing nerve pain relentlessly tormenting him. Seeing Tiger consumed by the green smoke, Xiaosu and Sister Ching at the rear were filled with terror. They retreated hastily, fearing they might touch the cursed vapor. The green smoke Tiger unleashed was actually a signature move of the Death Gate, called the Curse Mist. Anyone who came into contact with the Curse Mist would instantly fall victim to its curse. The curse would slowly infiltrate the body through the point of contact, spreading to the heart and lungs. The cursed individual would be tortured to death in a living hell of agony. Tiger had already killed many with the Curse Mist and relished the thrill of tormenting his victims, yet he never imagined he'd fall victim to his own weapon today. "Quick, remove the curse. Quick!" Tiger roared, his hands now frantically clawing at his face, as if tearing his flesh would alleviate the pain. The terrified Sister Ching and Xiaosu finally reacted to Tiger's roars. They quickly began using their curse reversal techniques to try and help Tiger. Bang! However, just as they started their hand seals, Bai Yu stomped down on the truck, causing the entire undercarriage to buckle, and the violent shaking disrupted Sister Qing and Xiao Su's casting. What do you want? Sister Qing and Xiao Su asked fearfully, watching Baiyu climb onto the truck. They were all accompanying Tiger on this mission. Tiger was their leader, the backbone of their team. Now that Tiger was in trouble, Sister Qing and Xiao Su were instantly panicked. Nothing much, just having a little chat with you all. Baiyu closed the truck's cargo door, using her spiritual power to seal Tiger's mouth, silencing the interior. Then, she casually pulled a chair over and sat down, smiling at Sister Qing and Xiao Su. Don't be nervous. Sit. Sister Qing and Xiao Su, sensing Baiyu's suffocating pressure, glanced at the agonizing Tiger on the floor, swallowed hard, and dared not resist. They nervously sat down. Baiyu crossed her legs, rhythmically tapping her right index finger on the chair armrest. She asked Xiao Su, "Who are you people?" Sister Qing began to answer, "We are?" "I wasn't talking to you." Baiyu glanced at Sister Qing. Sister Qing's face turned deathly pale, and she couldn't utter another word. Baiyu turned to the trembling Xiao Su and said, "You answer." Xiao Su clenched his fist nervously, his voice shaking as he said, We are disciples of the Death Gate." Death Gate? Baiyu raised an eyebrow slightly. What kind of sect is that? The Death Gate was founded 500 years ago by the Curse Master Yuan. Because our sect excels at curses, we are not tolerated by the righteous path. Our disciples have always operated in the shadows. Despite our 500-year history, very few people in the world know of our existence. Xiao Su's courage had been completely crushed by Baiyu's aura and methods. He dared not hide anything, even revealing his sect's location. Sister Qing, watching Xiao Su spill all their secrets, cursed him internally, wishing she could unleash the most malevolent curses upon him. In this situation, the secrets they held were the key to their survival. The more Xiao Su revealed, the quicker they would die. Though anxious, Sister Qing dared not speak up after Baiyu's warning. She could only watch helplessly as Xiao Su acted so foolishly. Baiyu hadn't expected Xiao Su to reveal all of the Death Gate's secrets so easily. This saved her the trouble of soul-searching. She continued, "Did your Death Gate target us because of the Church of Light?" "Why, yes." Xiao Su nodded repeatedly. "Our sect leader, Yuan, has a personal relationship with the leader of the Church of Light. The two sects have always had dealings. When the Church of Light was destroyed, we learned of it immediately. Because the Holy Maiden's necklace from the Church of Light was originally a cursed object of our Death Gate, we tracked you down. This time, our mission was only to test your strength. The cake was just a basic curse. Does your Death Gate have any cooperation with the Church of Light?" Baiyu asked further. Xiao Su shook his head. "I don't know. I'm just a junior disciple. I don't have access to matters of the high-ranking members. Sir, I've told you everything I know. We were only following orders. Please spare us." Xiao Su started crying loudly, begging Baiyu for mercy. "It seems you really don't know anything." Baiyu chuckled, watching the weeping Xiao Su, and then extracted a portion of the curse from Tiger's body, inserting it into Xiao Su. Xiao Su, who had been begging for mercy just moments ago, instantly displayed a look of agony. His face quickly decomposed as he fell from the chair onto the floor, writhing in pain while crying out for mercy. Baiyu sealed Xiao Su's mouth with her spiritual power and turned to look at the pale-faced Sister Qing. Thunk. Feeling Baiyu's gaze, Sister Qing immediately knelt before her. Master, I'm just a regular communications officer. I wasn't the one who placed the curse in the restaurant. This has nothing to do with me. Please, spare my life. If you're willing to forgive me once, I'll do anything for you. I'll be your dog." As she spoke, Sister Qing began to take off her clothes. She was considered a notable beauty within the Death Gate, and she had confidence in her own looks. "Enough." Baiyu interrupted Sister Qing's actions, asking, "Your communications vehicle, can it reach all of the Death Gate's members?" "Why, yes, it can." Sister Qing replied, trembling. "Very good." A hint of amusement flickered in Baiyu's eyes. She said to Sister Qing, "You will notify all the Death Gate members. No matter how you do it, I want all the disciples to return to the Death Gate. If they all return to the Death Gate, I'll spare your life. How about that? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Sister Qing's pupils constricted. Master, can you do it? Bai Yu drew another wisp of the curse mist from the half-dead Xiao Su and asked Sister Qing. Gazing at the curse mist swirling around Bai Yu's fingertip and considering the gruesome state of Xiao Su and Tiger, Sister Qing bit her lip and tremulously said, "Why, yes, I can." "Then hurry up and go." Bai Yu's voice suddenly became sharp, urging her on. Sister Qing shuddered and quickly replied, "Yes."